What's poppin', y'all? Happy Friday. Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Rocking with y'all 2 to 4. Appreciate everybody for rocking with us. You know, Chip Brown, he be on that CP time. So, yeah, he'll be joining us shortly, hopefully. But I am Zay Collier. Again, appreciate everybody for rocking with us today. Friday, Valentine's Day. If you ain't got your flowers, you ain't got chocolate for old girl, then you're slipping. Get on that. HEB stays open till 11. If you got one of them bougie broads that needs better than, supermarket flowers, then you might have to adjust different things. Let's just say that. But again, love is in the air. You know me, I love love. And yeah, we're going to have a good Valentine's Day edition of Chip and Zay. Texas baseball has opening day today, which is always exciting. Chip Brown is in Arlington to get ready for that. The Eagles had their parade today. You know, Philly does it big. They were wilding, they were being petty, and the whole nine. So let's bring in my guy.
What's going on?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Just here in overcast Arlington, Texas, for the Shriners Children's College Showdown tonight. Texas and Louisville. The Longhorns begin the Jim Schlossnagle era. How excited are you for that?
Pretty damn excited, man. You know me, it's one of the pettiest moves in Texas sports history, bringing over Jim Schlossnagle from College Station to Austin, Texas. And ironically enough, A&M in Vegas is picked to win it in a lot of, sports betting places for this Aggies team that's coming in number one. So I love it. I'm excited. Here we are, and we'll see what this team's made of early tonight.
Yeah. And of course, happiness is a choice in the immortal words of Judy Brown. And we're happy you're spending some time with us on a Friday, Free for All Football Friday. We will be talking to our man, John McClain, at 3:00 now. Pencil in your John McClain time for 3:00 on Fridays. Yeah. So Zay, well, first of all, if you're watching us on the app, please like and subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app and give your love and business to all these incredible sponsors around our faces. And if you're listening to us on the app, make sure you play along on the Circuit of the Americas text line, 512-222-9328.
Yeah.
So this hotel room I'm in has hardwood floors. Does it sound okay?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right.
Drive was good. Everything's good. You got your Valentine's plans tonight with your lovely wife. You're going basically back to back with her birthday and now Valentine's Day.
Yeah, so we made it to Buc-ee's, and we bought each other Valentine's gifts at Buc-ee's. We said, okay, we have 10 minutes, $20. We'll pick out gifts for each other for Valentine's Day. I think I did pretty well.
Did you give it to her already?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you give her?
I got her a Buc-ee's pillow.
Okay.
And a Buc-ee's Christmas ornament.
It's very Texan of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like it. What'd you get?
I mean, I got some cookies.
I
got, what else did I get? Oh, I got cool stuff. I got this cool coaster. I got a toothbrush holder.
Okay.
I mean, all the things you thought you wanted but never know you needed. Mm-hmm. That kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Buc-ee's makes the world go around.
Buc-ee's makes the world go round.
Every time I drive anywhere and pass a Buc-ee's, you got to stop. Like it's a must. As a Texan, it's a must. But
you got your Longhorn shirt on.
Oh yeah, I got my Longhorn shirt. I gotta get something off my chest because before we start, great, wonderful Texas fans were lighting my ass up on Twitter yesterday. Lighting my ass up, Chip. Everyone from you're an idiot.
What do you do now?
I do nothing. Nope. I guess folks didn't like my Tashard Choice take yesterday, where I speculated, being the messy person that I am. Again, this is all just speculation. Never said that this was true. This was just my thought about it, because we talked about Tashard Choice leaving as running backs coach for University of Texas to go to your Detroit Lions. And it's, he's going to go link back up with Jahmyr Gibbs, and, he has youngsters with his family, his kids and stuff. He doesn't want to be traveling all the time, like all that stuff. But your boy said, okay, that's nice, but what about this angle? And we went back to the Ohio State game where you're on the 1 yard line. It's 21-14. You put it in the end zone, you tie the game, and who knows what happens at that point. We know what happened. I said, with my petty self, is Tashard Choice one of those ones like me that would be pissed off that his guys in the running back room didn't get an opportunity to run that thing in? And go look at those messages, boy. They lit my ass up. Folks weren't even talking about the take. One dude just said, man, can we get this ugly mother effer out of here? Talked about my barber. Like, what are we bringing Manny into this for?
Hey.
Come on, Manny's a great guy. I get it. Your boy hasn't, had a fade in a minute. That's okay, though. We're going all natural. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Somebody compared me to Emmanuel Ocho, and that's not, which I'll take that as a compliment. Like, I'd love to be sitting side by side Joy Taylor with my nasty ass feet out. That sounds lovely to me. But yeah, man, Texas fans, they were harsh on your boy. And look, I'm just like y'all. I'm sad that Tashard Choice is leaving too. Love the guy. Like, I love Steve Sarkisian also. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to give my opinion. Again, it's just speculation. That's all. But no one liked that, I saw. And again, that's okay. Shout out to my favorite bowler of all time, Pete Weber. Hey, hate me or love me, you watched. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy right there. He also said, Pete Weber said, that I am. What was that quote? I forget the quote. I'm losing it right now, but you catch my drift. Like, who do you think you are? I am. That's what he said. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my dude. Greatest bowler of all time. You can't tell me nothing. So, yeah, guys, like, I'm sorry. If I broke some Texas fans' hearts yesterday with my take because they want to, I'm glad they think on the positive side. That's beautiful. We need more people that hated on me on that tweet yesterday where that video went out on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Follow us, by the way. Social media pages. I get it. Like, Tashard Choice was that guy. We want to believe that him and Sark left on great terms, but it don't always work that way, Chip. We know that. Jim Knowles just told Ryan Day, deuces, bruh. I'm out of here. Not only am I leaving, I'm going to a low-key rival at Penn State. So people could be petty out here.
All right, Rodney wants to know what reason do you have to go there?
Some coaches just don't see eye to eye sometimes.
But this is all your speculation. You don't have
speculation. Like, there's nothing.
You don't have people telling you this.
No, I have no one telling me this. This is just my thought. Because again, if I was Tashard Choice, I would want my running backs to get more of an opportunity to go uphill instead of that toss that they threw. Like, I'm sorry. So Sark's the one calling the plays. Coaches don't always see eye to eye. I don't know why that's hard to believe, y'all. Like that's a thing. As long as sports been going on, not every coach and coaching staff has said, you're thinking the right way. I'm thinking exactly like you, coach. Guys butt heads. So I really don't know if that's a thing, but nobody knows. He could say, yes, I want a different opportunity. I'm Tashard Choice. I want to go to the NFL.
Just had a baby.
Former player, just had a baby. I want to be
wants to be home.
Father. I want to be home
with his wife.
Absolutely. Good man. Good family man. God-loving man. I see that. But my twisted mind thinks different ways. I'm sorry. Again, I want to be more like y'all. I want to be positive where everything's just dandelions and lilies. You know what I'm saying? I want to be
you got some doomsday in you.
I do. I can't help it. Trauma. I don't know what it is.
Did your parents dribble you down the basketball court on your head sometimes?
What'd you say?
I said, did your parents dribble you down the basketball court on your head sometimes?
Maybe. I know my brother and sister dropped me a couple of times. Like who knows what that was, man? But damn, y'all really fired me up yesterday, and I appreciate it. Y'all, you know I like a little hate, Chip.
Yes,
you know I do. You know I need that. Like they think that they're like getting under my skin, and they're making your boy go hug his pillow and cry all night. No. I need that.
Right. You like to stir it up.
I do.
I got a big spoon.
Absolutely. Get that big ass spoon out. Like it's a beautiful thing. You know, but y'all going at my barber. Y'all ain't have to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Dude just straight up said, man, it's an ugly mother. Shut your mouth. Just straight up said it. I was like,
was that like in the Twitter?
Yeah, I was on Twitter. I was like, damn.
That could have been anyone.
We ain't even talking about the take no more. We just calling the brother ugly?
No one.
Fans, for real? We that hurt?
No one here at Texas Sports Unfiltered would be saying that.
Oh, although, yeah. Well, I mean, if you do, that's okay too.
Rex St. Charles says your take is trash.
I appreciate that, Rex.
We love Rex.
And I appreciate that, Rex. Like, if it's trash to you, that's fine. All my takes ain't going to be the best.
You know.
But I'm going to have them.
The Lions did come up with some cash.
Okay.
Came up with some cash.
There you go.
There's rumblings. He's now the highest paid running backs coach in the NFL.
There you go.
And, you know, Rebecca, his lovely wife, and Nyla Rose, his new little daughter, you know, he wants to be around to change some diapers instead of chasing after, you know, the next great running back to come through Texas.
Yeah. Y'all act like I'm out here trying to call Tashard Choice a bad father. I'm not doing that. Seems like a great father, a great man.
All right. Have you thought
going to Detroit? Good for him.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you're trading Austin for Detroit. That's tough.
That's tough.
That the money's got to be right. Because, you know.
Yeah, you said you're never going back, and that's home for you.
I mean, it's tough. It's a different mindset. It's a different mindset. Like here, I'll just give you an example. So, like, I mean, Detroit is where the unions were kind of born. I mean, Henry Ford Assembly Line, the unions. And the unions were important at one time in this country. I'm not saying that, but there's a mindset that your job is protected by the union. So maybe you're not going out and trying to get it as hard as you can. You come to Texas, where it's a right to work state, you eat what you kill. It's a land of opportunity. It's a land for dreamers. That's the difference in the mindset. Now, love that it's a blue-collar, hard-working town. The fans are there for their team. It seems like sometimes the the harder the city, the better the fans, because that's all they have. And especially in Michigan, where you're getting your ass kicked by weather 4 or 5 months out of the year. Yeah. So, look, Tashard Choice done a great job. The Lions money whipped him, and he's going to be home with Rebecca and Nyla Rose. Then we'll understand. But this is a big hire for Sark.
Yeah,
it's a big hire. This one sent some shockwaves through the locker room, through the recruiting ranks. So Sark's got to move, not quickly, smartly. And this is a big test. We know that Sark's put together good staffs. His staff that he put together at the beginning, that included Tashard Choice. He's done well. So we'll see what he comes up with. A lot of people are interested in this job. Let me tell you, they're like, hey, I'm right here. I got my resume together. What I'm watching in this one, Zay, is really I don't want to say age, but the age. Because we talk about how the recruiting game, it's 24/7. You get like a month. I don't even know if you get a month as a coach anymore in the college game with the recruiting cycles the way they are, the portal. You're constantly re-recruiting your own players. You're looking around at other players. It just kind of never ends. So that's my fear about college, is that if they don't, I mean, look, there are going to be coaches who are willing to do whatever it takes, but typically it's a younger guy that's willing to grind. Like we talked about AJ Milwee. AJ Milwee, a guy who could call plays for Sark or get to that point where he's like, hey, we really need to run this. And AJ Milwee's a young guy. Even though he was an offensive coordinator for Terry Bowden for 6 years at Akron, he's still a young guy. And you got to have that. Like, you talk to Arch Manning's high school coach at Isidore Newman, AJ Milwee was checking in all the time. Almost every day. He's texting that coach because Cooper Manning said, hey, oh gosh, what's the name of the coach? I want to say it's Newman, but that's the high school. But Cooper said, hey, I want you to run the recruitment. I want you to be the point man on the recruitment. And they knew each other because they played together. Nelson Stewart, he's now at Westminster in Atlanta. But Nelson Stewart, Cooper Manning went to him and said, hey, I need you to be the point man on Arch's recruitment. And Nelson Stewart told me it was almost a full-time job. Just handling Arch, all the calls, all of the this and all of that. And then they would filter it through Nelson Stewart, and then Arch would decide, okay, I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna keep talking to these guys. I'm gonna call these guys and tell them thanks but no thanks. But it's a lot. It's a lot because AJ Milwee was calling, checking, trying to come up with something funny. I mean, you know how the recruiting game is.
Yep.
You can't just be, hey, we still good? We still good? You gotta be funny. You gotta be charming. You gotta be giving them something, giving them a reason to believe. You can't just play that song by Poison. Give me something to believe in. You got to be bringing it. You got to be wheeling and dealing. You got to be charming, and you got to be Zay Collier. You know what I mean?
Oh, I appreciate it, man.
You got to have that charisma. You got to have that chutzpah. So, yeah, I'm very interested to see, because Tashard, Choice, we call him TC. He was always in on the best running backs in the country. And that's, once you have a resume that says, I got Jahmyr Gibbs, I recruited him, developed him at Georgia Tech. I got, I worked with Bijan Robinson and Roshan Johnson and Jonathan Brooks. I got the last 2 running backs that were taken, the top running backs taken in the draft last 2 years. Those are my guys. When you can say all that, okay. Now, whoever comes in after that, and is Texas ready to money whip someone with some skins on the wall? Or are they going to go, we got a young, we got a young guy coming up, think he's the best. So that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and again, it's not just on the field with Tashard Choice, but it's off the field. When you hear Bijan and Jonathan Brooks speak on his name, it's always like, he's an older brother. He's a mentor, a guy that I could come to for any type of guidance or any situation because he's lived through it. He's lived through the college ranks, then he played pro. So he has a different outlook that certain guys might not have. And it was very relatable for those running backs to, again, just relate to Tashard Choice and buy in. And what Bucky Gobbo said is not how much you know, they got to know how much you care. Like, Tashard Choice represents that 100%. So to find somebody with all that, yeah, Sark, you better take your time, bro, because, again, the running back room, he left it in a good spot. Like, I know Jaden Blue had his fumbling issues, but nobody saw Contravion Wisner having the season that he had this year. When TJ Baxter went out, it was like, we got to put a lot on Jaden Blue now. And then Contravion Wisner just comes out of the woodworks as the main guy. And that A&M game, he became absolutely legendary with 30-something touches. So, yeah, figure that out and find that type of leader to run that RB room. We'll see how it goes. But I believe in Sark. Like you said, he always does a good job at finding who's next and replacing guys that are very credible whenever they go off to their next adventure.
Remember when he hired Chris Jackson?
Yes.
And no one knew Chris Jackson. Like, he had done a little bit of work with the Bears. He was like green. And look at Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson got NFL interest this cycle. And right as of now, I think Chris Jackson's staying. But like, no one knew who Chris Jackson was when Sark hired him. Everyone's like, what? Who? What? Chris Jackson knows what he's doing. Like, Sark took good notes when he was with Nick Saban. And Sark's got a good network. He knows guys. McVay and Andy Reid, and these are the guys he can call. And obviously he's got a bunch of guys across college football. So, but this is a big hire, and this is what's going to happen more and more. As Texas continues to go to the college football playoff, everyone's going to come for their assistance. Blake Gideon's a defensive coordinator now. Tashard Choice turned down the NFL a few times. He got interest from the Rams 2 years ago. And again last year. And then this go round, I think because the Lions like to run the football, that is important to them. They're going to have running backs that need to carry the load. And it's not just about coaching David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, because they're going to be bringing in new guys. And, David Montgomery, I don't know how many he got left. Right. The average career of an NFL running back is 3.5 years. That's it. That's it. So
that ain't nothing.
You're trusting Tashard Choice to develop the next guy and the next guy. And so we'll see. I'm excited to talk to TC once he gets to Detroit and tell me what he thinks of stuff, So yeah. What else? I know we got the Texas women from last night. Anything else top of mind?
Death taxes and Jonte Cook getting in trouble again. There's that.
Wow.
Again, bro.
You called it.
You were just at a place where the weed was legal, and you get hit for weed here in Texas. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since he was stealing.
He's being messy, Zay.
That's so messy, bro.
Like, just go hang out in your apartment and.
He needs a chaperone. He don't need an apartment. He don't need to be by himself. Like, he needs his parents, family, anybody that loves him around at all times. Somebody watching him and taking shifts, watching him. Like, straight up.
He's burning through his NIL money from Texas. He needs to be careful.
I think it burned. I think that money is long gone. Because if you're stealing, bro, I don't tell me you got money. Now, you compare them to, who was the actress you compare them to that has to steal for the thrill?
Lindsay Lohan. They're not my pants.
Yeah, I don't know if it's.
We found cocaine in your pants. Those aren't my pants. I borrowed them from a friend.
Yeah, but that money, Jonte Cook, NIL money, gone. Vanished like that.
You know what's crazy? Like, the recruiting guys all loved Jonte.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't see this coming at all.
No.
Good parents. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you get in trouble for weed. Like, I didn't know folks were still getting in trouble for weed like that anymore.
That's what I'm saying. You got to be really messy to get in trouble for weed. You either got to have a lot of it on your person, like they think you're dealing, or you're just doing it out in front of the police station.
Yeah, exactly. Because they got all these Delta 8s and illegal THC limits now that you could just buy up the street.
You go to the convenience store.
Yeah. So it's like, you trying to get caught, bro? And again, you were just at one of the best places that has the most free recreational weed possible in Seattle, Washington, and you mucked that up. If you wanted to smoke a little weed, you could have done it there and been on a scholarship and got more NIL money and changed your whole life around with the Washington Huskies. And he said, nah, I got to steal from my teammates. What they got in their locker. Like, it'd be different. You stealing like a honey bun or something from the offensive lineman. That's cool. But he probably trying to steal chains and.
Oh my God. Those honey buns. When I was in high school, you had the little, we had like a little tiny store in the main hallway that you could buy stuff. I loved honey buns. I thought they were the best. So I would buy a honey bun, and I'll never forget. Like, I didn't have a good lunch, and we had a tennis match that afternoon, and all I had was a honey bun, and I like bonked in the middle of the match. Like, I was like, does anybody have anything? Because I'm like shaking over here. Jeez. Like, I need food, and never again.
You haven't had a honey bun since?
No.
Oh, that's depressing. Yeah. I've had a honey bun in a while too. I need to change that. I need to get back on it. But yeah, man, it's a sad story that's gotten even sadder. Like, I keep hoping that I stop seeing Jonte Cook in the news, but bro, it hasn't even been a month yet since you went from stealing, getting locked up by the Fort Worth police, and then a couple of weeks later, you getting locked up again for marijuana possession after you got kicked out of Texas and Washington, where, bro, I'm sure there's some pretty desperate junior college teams that would love to have you. But now they're like, yeah, he's going to come and cancer up our locker room. And you're right. Like all the recruits, like his upside as a football player was high. He's supposed to be that number 3 receiver. Like I can't stop saying that. Like you got Ryan Wingo, you got DeAndre Moore. All we're going to be talking about till that Ohio State game is who's going to be that guy that steps up. Clearly we're going to hear different things about different players, you know, having success in practice, but it was supposed to be just Jonte Cook. That's what it was supposed to be. He was supposed to be a part of this Arch Manning train that everybody's jumping on and we're rolling with. That's a big reason why he committed to Texas, because Arch Manning was like, yo, I'm going. And Jonte was like, bet. Like, we're going to be something serious. Like, I still remember that workout video that he had with Evan Stewart. And he's out here clowning Evan Stewart about going to A&M, be like, bro, you're just going to College Station to block. Like, you need to come down here to the ATX because Sark's making moves. And I remember how excited Texas faithful was seeing that. Being like, oh, this guy, he's going to fit in perfectly. He's already hating on A&M. He's trying to pull Evan Stewart away from College Station to come to Texas. Like, he's helping Arch recruit. If you would have told me out of that DeSoto team that Contravion Wisner would be the better player at Texas than Jonte Cook, I would have gave you the backhand and called you crazy. But here we are. Like, that's just how life works. And again, I know we're like joking here and stuff, but it's a very sad story. And just continue to say, I hope he gets the right help to where his life could turn a different direction.
Yeah. Now, wait. Now I'm to blame?
For what? See?
Come on, Jose. What'd I do? I talk up the Lions too much? Okay, so this CB says PK was robbed last night of the Broyles Award. I hope the Broyles Award voters were not like, maybe they looked at that screen pass. I mean, you can be a prisoner of the moment.
For sure.
In the last game, you're looking at that prevent defense that leads to a 75-yard touchdown pass. I mean, listen, PK had arguably his best year as a defensive coordinator this past season. That defense was so complete. They could rush the passer. They could stop the run. They led the nation in interceptions. Like, they were good in the red zone. They were good on third down. It was a Broyles Award-winning year. So hopefully they did not say, oh, man, I'd have given it to PK, but that screen pass. And meanwhile, Al Golden got to the championship game.
If you let Northern Illinois put points on you, I ain't trying to hear that.
Right.
Come on, man.
Anyone go back? Now, I will admit, wasn't that game like 15-14 or something?
Yeah, it was low scoring.
Low scoring.
But still, Northern Illinois ain't supposed to score on you at all. Like, we're giving it to this guy. And yeah, you're right. They got to the championship game, so I guess. But yeah, PK, Ohio State, that was a bad moment. But overall, PK was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, again, Jonte Barrett, Thorpe Award winner, Andrew Makuba, breakout year, Mookie Taft, breakout year, all of those guys that you're putting in the NFL. Like, come on.
And ask Jonte Barrett about PK. He's like, PK's a genius. PK's a genius. it's amazing how he calls the right play, gets us in the right position to make plays. PK's a genius. And I thought they had the best defense in the nation. I said that a lot on this show. And it's sad that screen pass. And I think I'm trying to remember when those votes were in, because I remember Aaron Taylor saying that the Broyles Award, they might vote on it after the playoff. And one of the few awards where they do. I'll double check that. But yeah, I thought PK absolutely was deserving of the Broyles Award. Absolutely. This was a fantastic year for him. He put guys in the right position, coached them up. Yeah. And yeah, and he's a guy who does not aspire to be a head coach. He's like Mickey Andrews at Florida State. Mickey Andrews, the whole time Bobby Bowden was there, Mickey Andrews was his defensive coordinator, and the guy was a savage. And PK's same way. And he's what we call a closer in recruiting. He's not the guy that's, leading the charge. And that's okay, because your coordinators typically aren't the most active. Some are just because they love it, but PK does it all. And ego-less. Yeah. Ego-less. That's big. In this world, that's big. You bring in Gary Patterson to be a special assistant, no problem. You bring in Johnny Nansen to be co-defensive coordinator, no problem. Jeff Choate, no problem. PK is like, let's just get better. Let's just win. Doesn't have to be my defense. Doesn't have to be, let's just win. Even at Washington, he gave up play calling duties under Chris Peterson. He gave up play calling duties so Jimmy Lake could call the plays, because Jimmy Lake was getting offers and Washington wanted to have him be the next head coach. So PK was like, I'm not going to mess up that. I'll be co-defensive coordinator. Jimmy Lake can call the plays. And then sure enough, Peterson moves on. They make Jimmy Lake the coach. It's kind of a disaster because Jimmy's got a lot of ego. Yeah. Honestly. People were like, maybe Jimmy Lake will come to Texas. I'm like, that ain't happening. Yeah. Ain't no way that's happening.
Yeah, just think about the changes that PK made. Like, you go back to the 2023 season, you got Jahdae Barron playing that star nickel spot. You have to be okay to move him and feel confident to move him because of the development for the other guys, like a Jalen Gilbo. You move Jahdae, he wins the Thorpe Award. You have David Benda lining up alongside Ant Hill for a lot of the season, but you see Leonga Lafau is out here balling. You make that move, and it doesn't hurt the team at all because Dave Benda is the ultimate team player who was still very productive when that move was made. All the talk about Javondre Sweat and Byron Murphy leaving to the NFL. What's going to happen in the interior? Vernon Broughton's going to the combine. Alfred Collins is going to be a way higher pick than what we thought he was going to be coming into this year. Had a breakout year. You get Bill Norton along with the program. Ethan Burke didn't play as many snaps as we thought he was going to do, but Ethan Burke made a huge impact. Just ask Mike Elko about that. So the way that they did the chess moves for this roster, Jelani McDonald coming in, playing some good football late. Like, you saw Ty Anthony Smith make some plays at times. Kobe Black got a little bump at times. Like, guys just keep on getting better as the season goes on. They were the best defense in the nation, in my opinion. And, the games that they lost, again, just the offense had a lot to do with it. And played some juggernauts. Ohio State, they're national champs for a reason. So as bad as the 75-yard screen pass was to go into halftime, not too many teams beat Ohio State this year.
And they came right back in the third quarter. Like you said, David Benda with the interception, got him right back on track, tied the game again, and at 14-14, and then we know the rest. But I see some comments over here about how Jaden Blue would be good in Detroit. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Because he's got Jahmyr Gibbs like speed. But appreciate this, y'all. Don't forget that, smash that like button.
Yep.
Help us get to 10,000 subscribers here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're closing in on it. We need your help. Tell your friends and enemies to get in and get it going. We'll talk to our man John McClain coming up at 3:00. Zay, a little love for the Texas women's basketball team last night, because I thought that was a danger game for Texas, coming off the big win over South Carolina, sellout crowd, great crowd at Moody. Then Kyla Oldacre taking it to the Gamecocks in fourth quarter. Texas wins 66-62. And then you got to play at number 8 Kentucky on a Thursday night, come home and play number 5 LSU on Sunday. And Kyla Oldacre again, but everybody, Taylor Jones, Kyla Oldacre, it wasn't, they kind of imposed their will in the third quarter. But that's when Kyla Oldacre was like their 6'5" girl, scratch or whatever. She's wiry. She's not thick. Kyla Oldacre held her without a shot in the first half. And that girl's getting into foul trouble because she couldn't guard Kyla Oldacre. So not only was Kyla scoring, she was completely eliminating Kentucky's second leading scorer and leading rebounder.
Yeah.
I was so impressed. And I'll tell you what, Vic has the best the best center position in women's college basketball, and it might just be enough to help them get all the way to the promised land. I mean, you tell me, Zay, but that two-headed monster where he doesn't have to play them the whole game. He usually starts with Taylor in the first quarter, and then Kyla and Taylor start rotating. But that was amazing because they were getting into foul trouble, Kentucky, trying to guard Kyla Oldacre.
Yeah, 20 offensive rebounds is absolutely ridiculous. You're just dominating the boards. They basically out-rebounded Kentucky by double the amount overall. They forced 17 turnovers against Kentucky to their 8 assists. So the assist-to-turnover ratio for Kentucky was awful because the defense was so impactful. And you're right, like Kyla Oldacre, Taylor Jones, they're just so dominant when they're in the game, especially with all the attention that Madison Booker gets. And if I'm a opposing coach, you gotta let Madison Booker go for 30, go for 40. You can't allow Kyla Oldacre and
Taylor Jones
to go to work. Like, you gotta have bodies on them and make sure they're boxed out with multiple people so you could get the defensive rebound. but they're so good at offensive rebounding, they just get so many second chance points. And they're also, this Texas women's team, they're turning over these opposing teams and scoring off of them. They had 20 points off of turnovers yesterday. And Madison Booker is still picking her spots and shooting 50% from the field and, getting 19 points. She's still getting hers, but she's letting the game come to her more because she knows, hey, nobody could stop Kyla Oldegger and Taylor Jones at all. Their footwork's too good. They're too big for the opposing bigs like Kentucky, who have those wiry girls. Like, they can't handle all that. And Rory Harmon, Jordan Lee, Brianna Preston, Shea Holly, they do a terrific job of making those entry passes. Madison Booker, too, of getting them the ball when they're in their sweet spot.
Here's the other thing about Kyla Oldacre. She's 6'6". Sometimes the bigs don't shoot free throws well. She makes her free throws. She was 9 of 10 from the line. That's so big, man, because you can't play hack-a-shack with her. You can't just, bang on her arms and put her on the line because she's going to make them. And I'll tell you what, so that gal, Clara Strack, totally athletic, 6'5", was on the Virginia Tech team that went to the Final Four 2 years ago. Like, she's no joke. Georgia Amore, the guard who led Kentucky in scoring, was on that Virginia Tech team that went to the Final Four. They transferred to Kentucky when Kenny Brooks took over as the coach this year. And Clara Strack was 0 for 1. She averages 15 a game and 9.6 rebounds. She was 0 for 1 against Kyla Oldacre, and she finished with 0 points and 4 rebounds.
Yeah. Oh, she was on the bench most of the game. She couldn't make an impact because she just kept making her foul. And Georgia Amore, she couldn't get into much of a rhythm either. She had some nasty step backs, but 14 points on 16 shots. You're Vic Schaefer and crew. You take that any day of the week. Also, throw in 5 turnovers there too. So it's just when you throw multiple elite defenders at a guard, it's hard to break through because you'd be like, okay, I see what Rory Harmon likes to do. But all of a sudden, you got Jordan Lee on you. And now she's bringing in different length and different athleticism, and she plays defense differently. And then you throw Brianna Preston on her, which Brianna Preston, I'm telling you, man, her offensive game is slowly coming along. She gets into that paint and does that little spin move, reverse pivot. She's been working out with Rory Harmon, obviously, because that's a part of Rory's game. If she gets that in her bag, man, look out, because that girl is tough as nails.
Okay, but if I would have told you, and I love Brianna Preston, she's going to step right in for Rory after this year, and they will go.
Well, Rory's coming back.
Oh, that's right. She's got the medical red shirt.
The red shirt, yeah.
But if I'd have told you that Rory Harmon, Shea Holly, and Jordan Lee were a combined 2 of 19 shooting going into the game, you'd have thought there's no way Texas is going to win 67-49. If Rory Harmon, Shea Holly, if I'd have told you Rory Harmon, Shea Holly, and Jordan Lee were a combined 2 of 19, which they were. Jordan Lee struggled 0 for 7, 0 for 5 from 3. Texas just 1 for 12 from 3. Rory just 1 of 8 after going 1 of 9 against South Carolina. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if she believes in her shot selection. It's not like she's super athletic. She gets where she wants to go, but sometimes, she gets around the rim and she just kind of throws it up there,
Yeah.
But
doesn't have lift to me. Like, I think her injury last year, she used to be able to elevate. Like, she used to be able to get into that paint and elevate.
Because it looks like she's moving up and down the court pretty well.
Yeah, but then I see her like at times, I wouldn't say limp, but walking a little slower than you would think.
Okay.
Okay. And she's so tough. Like, her defense is still money, but yeah, if she could come along with her jump shot, then it's going to take this team to a whole nother level, even though they're playing some very high quality basketball right now.
Because it is Madison Booker. Their outside scoring is all Madison Booker. If something happens to Madison Booker, this team is in trouble because she is the outside scoring, and Taylor Jones and Kyla Oldacre are the inside scoring, and they're maybe the best, two-headed monster, as Vic calls them, at the 5 position in women's college basketball.
And I think they are by far.
Yeah. So if Madison Booker can just keep doing what she's doing, which is all-American level, she's up for the Wade Trophy. I mean, this team is on the right path because they're doing nothing on the perimeter, Zay.
No, they're the worst three-point shooting team in the league. Like, they're awful from 3. They're awful from the outside. When they hit a 3, like, if you're the opposing team, it makes you want to pull your hair out. But, hey, that's just where they are. But a huge move that Vic Schaefer made yesterday in that second half, when Tonda didn't play in the second half, and Vic moved Madison Booker to the power forward 4 position, that changed the game. Because it was still single digits going into halftime. Then he put in that all-guard lineup with Jordan Lee, Rory Harmon, Shea Holly, and then Madison Booker at the 4, and then Taylor Jones or Kyla Oldacre at the 5. Madison Booker's versatility is ridiculous because we see scoring, elite score, pure jump shot, Kevin Durant-like game. But her defense, man, I can't make that more of a point of emphasis of how good she is defensively, getting steals, being in the right spot. You can't blow by her. Her losing those 15 pounds, how she moves laterally has gotten that much better. She blocks shots. She has good length. And she just has such a high IQ. Certain players, they're so good at offense, it makes them good defenders because they see the game different. The LeBrons, MJs, Kobe's, Hakeem's, like players like that are just terrific two-way players. How good they are offensively helps with their defense. And you could tell Madison Booker is one of those ones. So for her to go from the team's point guard last year, and now you're in 2025 and Vic Schaefer saying, yo, MB, we're going to need you to play some 4 for us. You're going to have to guard one of these big girls on the other team, and they're going to have to check you too. And her just being like, all right, cool. And then Texas going on a crazy run. She got the ball on one play, Chip, out of bounds play. She caught it in the post. Mouse in the house. Had one of the little guards from Kentucky on her. She just went right through her shoulder and powered up for an and 1 finish like it was nothing.
Yeah.
Like, man,
Well, she didn't score until there was a minute left in the first half, Madison Booker.
Yeah.
And it was that drive, and they were switching. So I was like, Booker should be able to get where she wants to go.
The defense was weird because they were like playing box and 1 at times. Then they would play a zone, like a matchup zone, but you could tell wherever Madison Booker went, it was okay for Kentucky to put 2 on her. Because, again, you don't care about the outside shooting for Texas. So you could follow Booker around a lot, which that's what I'm saying. Like, I would focus on Taylor Jones and Kyla Oldacre first. Madison Booker, get your 30. We got to take everyone else out. Like, the problem right now is Kyla Oldacre and Taylor Jones. They're the problem. Madison Booker's going to get hers regardless. Like, you just got to live with that. But you force Texas to shoot from the outside, which they don't want to do. They're not going to do because Vic Schaefer, he's going to make sure the ball gets inside and into the post. But if Madison Booker is going to cause all this attention like she's getting, all right, that means when the shot goes up, you're only going to have one body on Kyla Oldegger, and we know what's going to happen there. She's most likely going to get the offensive rebound. Same with Taylor Jones. So you got to really pick your poison with Texas, which that's what the good teams are about. Like, they can beat you in so many different ways. These coaches going into the game when they're preparing for Vic's crew, they're trying to figure out, all right, what gives us the upper hand? And this Texas team is just so versatile, even without Aaliyah Moore, which really surprised me because Aaliyah Moore at times is the heart and soul of the team, just with her energy and enthusiasm and how skilled she is. And I thought with her being out, they'd struggle a little bit, especially with this 3-game schedule. South Carolina, check. Kentucky, top 10 team, check. So they're really showing us something. And this Texas women's basketball team, they deserve the flowers that they're getting right now.
Yeah. Well, they got Kim Mulkey coming into town, and I know our next guest knows about Kim Mulkey, the one and only John McClain, the general. You can read him at HoustonTexans.com. Been covering the NFL for 40 years. He's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He's in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame in Waco, which I drove right by today, John, to get to Arlington, where Texas baseball will open the season tonight. Welcome, my friend. Thank you for joining us at 3:00.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me, as always.
So, Kim Mulkey, how do we look at Kim Mulkey these days? She used to dominate women's college basketball. I mean, she's won another national championship at LSU. How do you look back on those days when she was at Baylor?
First of all, Kim dominated the Longhorns. Anytime you're at another team and you can dominate the Longhorns, that's a good thing. I was trying to think how many times Texas changed coaches trying to get somebody that could beat her. And finally, when they did, she left. Now they've been reunited in the SEC. And Kim Mulkey, of course, one of the all-time great coaches, whether it's men or women, to win national championships with 2 different schools. Great recruiter, great coach, great for women's basketball. And there for a long time when Baylor football was terrible and going through the scandal it went through, the one sport you knew you could count on of the big ones was women's basketball. And I used to tell people, we're just a women's basketball school. But I said it with pride because when Kim was the coach, you always knew Baylor had a chance to beat anybody. Now, they didn't beat everybody all the time, but they had a chance. And when you're a team and you've paid a lot of money for a coach like the Longhorns have, all you want is a coach who the fans know every time they play, they got a chance to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did you think she left Baylor to go to LSU? Now, I know, again, she's from Louisiana, so going back home, that makes a lot of sense. But, man, all she did at Baylor, John, I get it. She could be a little over the top and a little fiery. But I like that about her. That's how she was back in her Louisiana Tech days where they wore those jerseys with the sleeves and stuff like that. Like, she's just – that's her personality.
Overbearing is a good word. You know, a little of Kim goes a long way. And she was a great coach, and she had a way she wanted things she wanted to do. I heard, and I don't know if this is accurate, she wanted the new building to be a certain place, not to where it was going to be. And I think it was just kind of she wore out her welcome, which is too bad. You know, people with personalities that are hard to deal with sometimes, you just learn to deal with them because you're winning. But it's worked out great for her to get to go back home and to win a national championship before anybody thought she would win a national championship. And now LSU is a contender to win the national championship every year. And while Baylor's good, they're not favored to win a national championship every year.
Yeah. John, as you look back on the Super Bowl, did we overlook something? The Eagles in the Chiefs. Why didn't Andy Reid change the protections, roll the pocket when he saw the Eagles were rushing for and getting there? Why didn't he adjust?
That's the same thing they said about the Texans. The fact is, when you get beat and you're beat off the ball at the snap of the ball, there's no adjustments you can make. You could have max protection, keep in the running backs, the tight ends, and send a minimal amount of receivers out. But the fact is, whatever they tried didn't work. I saw that all season with C.J. Stroud. Too many linemen would get beat at the snap. And as soon as that happens, there's a guy right in your face. And then you got to run to get away from him, and you might run into a sack in which the left tackle has blocked this guy perfectly, or the right tackle has blocked this guy perfectly because you're getting obliterated inside. You got to move outside. Boom, you run right into a sack. I didn't feel sorry for Mahomes. I was thinking the whole time, why couldn't the Texans got that kind of pressure? The Texans got beat off the snap at least one player 41% of the time. That was the most in the NFL. And especially when you're in long situations, and Mahomes couldn't get out of the pocket to connect on 3rd and 5, 3rd and 7, throwing passes between his legs, behind his back, falling down like he usually does. They just did a great job of bottling him up. It was an incredible defensive performance by defensive coordinator Vic Fangio, who was 0-8 against Mahomes going into the Super Bowl. And the thing that surprised me the most was how they beat up the Chiefs defense. Jim Spagnuolo came in. Everybody was talking about him. They weren't talking about Vic Fangio, and they just ran roughshod over Jim Spagnuolo's defense. You didn't hear anything about Chris Jones or George Karlaftis. And it was just a great game plan, great execution. Sometimes that's a cliche, but in this case, that's what happened. And they annihilated the Chiefs, and Saquon Barkley was almost an afterthought.
John, your thoughts on Philadelphia Eagles general manager Howie Roseman, who's getting a lot of love right now for the moves that he's made in the last few years. Clearly just looking down at Georgia and picking all of those players that Kirby Smart's had were good moves. But you think about Cooper DeJean, and you think about bringing Zach Bond over and making him a linebacker. How good is Howie Roseman, and does he deserve all the credit that he's getting?
Absolutely. Now, when Chip Kelly came in there, Chip Kelly had final say. They moved him out of the general manager's office, moved him down the hall. I don't know if he had a window or not. And instead of leaving, he went down there and did his job. He had no experience in personnel. From what I understand, I think it was Fordham Law that he was graduating from in New York, and he wrote letters or emails almost every day to Joe Banner, who was running the front office of the Eagles. So finally, Banner got tired of all his communication and hired him for a lower level research job. And he's not a personnel expert. He has good people he listens to, underrated scouting staff, underrated pro staff, underrated college staff. The fact is, he doesn't try to project his ego into their picks. Right now, they're the smartest front office in the NFL, led by Howie Roseman.
And you look at the ages of a lot of their players, John, they look like they're a team that's going to be around for a minute. You replace Kelsey at center with Cam Jurgens. He's fit right in. What do you think about the sustainability of the Eagles?
Well, first of all, they have a couple of players they'd like to re-sign. They could lose. They always bring in defensive linemen. They're fortunate on the offensive lineman. Jeff Stoutland's best offensive line coach in football, and it doesn't seem to matter who's playing. he can do a great job. Like Jordan Mailata, he was a rugby player and a 7th-round pick who had never played, an international selection for the NFL, and he was out for 2 years. Now he's emerged as one of the best offensive tackle in the league at 6'8" and 365. And Lane Johnson, no matter how old and injured he gets at right tackle, he still gets the job done. So they're good pass protectors and they're excellent run blockers. And then defensively, with all those Georgia players, you know, they draft for depth. They always make sure they have extra defensive linemen, because that philosophy, not just with Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni figures into all the personnel decisions. He doesn't have final say, but they want to know what he thinks, and they believe it's paramount that you build an offensive and defensive line, or you're just spinning your wheels. And the most impressive thing they've been able to do is stockpile talent. While you hear all this rigmarole like, oh, God, they better make their move while Stroud's on his original contract. Give me a bleeping break. If you know what you're doing, it doesn't matter. Kansas City had problems with Mahomes having that big contract. Remember when Jalen Hurts got his big one? Josh Allen got his big one. Somehow they've managed to thrive because they know what they're doing.
Yeah, Dak got his big contract. Oh, never mind. Okay, so this week, Tashard Choice, the running backs coach of the Texas Longhorns, took the job with the Detroit Lions. I'm hearing they're making him the highest paid running backs coach in the NFL. John, what
did you negotiate that deal?
I did not, but I mean, I can't say that I'm disappointed that Tashard Choice going to the Lions. I know Texas fans don't want to hear that, but is the NFL, I mean, I don't even know if this $6 million figure for Chip Kelly is real or not, but is the NFL starting to spend more on coaching?
Well, they are. And Chip Kelly's, not only is it real, I heard it was more than that, more than the $6 million. And owners got it to spend it. Why don't they? You know, those franchises worth billions and billions of dollars. And Choice, if you think how many running backs they've lost, injuries, NFL, and yet they still have a proficient running game, that's a credit to the recruiting and the coaching, and of course to the players as well. But I don't know if they elevated anybody or brought in anybody.
Not yet.
But I know Detroit is all fired up about that, as the Lions should be.
Yeah. A lot of people were like Jerry Jones. He's always been cheap on the coaching salaries.
Yeah, tell it to Dak Prescott how cheap he is, and to you know, with Micah Parsons coming up, if they would just not make him wait like Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, just pay him now, because it's going to be cheaper if you pay him before free agency begins next month than if you wait till start of the season or into training camp. That's the way Jerry Jones operates. And they get their money, but it's kind of ridiculous the way they do it. And I saw something today, what Dak's income will be this year, not his cap figure, that his income will be like $80-something million. And because of the way the contract is structured, and hopefully he'll stay healthy, and he and Brian Schottenheimer will lead the Cowboys to their first Super Bowl since, as Snoop Dogg said on Thursday night last week at the NFL Honors Show, last time the Cowboys won a Super Bowl, Bill Belichick's girlfriend wasn't even born.
Did you have any thoughts on the Super Bowl halftime show with Kendrick Lamar?
I started watching the pregame shows, and I from the time they come on at 8:00, and then I switched over to Fox because I know Fox would have more assets and money put into the pregame because it's a Fox broadcast. And boy, they made sure they got their money's worth out of Brady. He was on so many parts of that. And the best commercial I saw was Harrison Ford for Jeep. The best pregame show I saw was the group of first responders coming down the street now. They must have filmed this at 4 a.m. to clear off the streets. And with Tom Brady and Michael Strahan taking turns talking about what the point was, and then they get to Lady Gaga at her elevated piano and singing, and it was very, very touching. And I know Kendrick Lamar's got his feud going with Drake. I don't like some of the things that basically Kendrick Lamar accuses Drake of being a pedophile. You shouldn't have that in a Super Bowl halftime show, and I guarantee you the NFL didn't sign off on that. I thought it's great to see Serena out there dancing, and but I thought at the time Lamar's style of entertainment is not suited to big venues like the Super Bowl, but I know all his fans loved it, and I looked at all the comments, and I'm happy he pulled it off and had great ratings, and he had his 5 Grammy trophies there with him, so that's great. And as long as Jay-Z is in charge of the Super Bowl halftime show, we're going to have more shows like that. I kind of thought Lil Wayne, because he's from New Orleans, might have been the headliner this year, but nobody can argue about Kendrick Lamar because he's as big as there is.
Yeah, Lil Wayne.
I take that. I thought he should be called Lil Kendrick. Isn't he like 5'5"?
Yeah, he's tiny. He's a small guy. But John, talk to us about new Texas offensive coordinator Nick Calley, one of those Sean McVay disciples, I guess, coming in to help D'Amico Ryans and the crew.
I went to his news conference at NRG Stadium, and Calley is much more like Sean McVay than Bill Belichick, thank God. He won the press conference, as everybody said. He addressed every question. I asked him right off the bat about the offensive line, and he talked about it. He didn't dodge anything. He's from Canton, Ohio, grew up 3 miles from the Hall of Fame, met his wife at the Hall of Fame when he was interning, and he knew he wanted to be a coach from an early age, not a player, but a coach. And listening to him talk, it's pretty obvious this will be his last stop to being a head coach, maybe in 2 or 3 years, because he's very, very impressive. Everything he said about protections, passing, audibles, adjustments, game planning. He said, we're not going to try to fit square pegs in round holes. We're going to adjust to what is the strength of the players, not what I played before. If they can play it, great. They can't, we'll play what they can do best. And the key, of course, is to get their interior offensive line fixed because it was horrible.
What, anything else, John, that is top of mind with the Texans as we head into the NFL Combine in, 13 days?
One of the things that I find interesting, and D'Amico Ryans said the new coordinator would have a big say in this. Basically, he'd let him hire who he wanted for the offensive line. So they hired Cole Popovich, who'd been the assistant line coach in charge of the running game. Now I'm thinking, he was part of the group that had a terrible season except left tackle Laramie Tunsil. And it's not like guilt by association. Whatever he told them or they knew about the strategy, the development of the game plans, who was in charge, they didn't hold it against him. And I was hoping he'd hire Mike Munchak, one of the best offensive line coaches in history, who was a consultant for the Rams. So he knew him. He brought Mike up unsolicited, and I wanted to hold my hand up and say, well, why the hell didn't you hire him? But I didn't. I didn't want to kill the mood. So the offensive line coach is by far the most important. And I see people have the Texans taking a wide receiver in the first round, and I'm thinking, why in the world would they do that? Nico Collins was a 3rd-round pick. Tank Dell was a 3rd-round pick. Stephon Diggs was a 5th-round pick. You don't need to take a wide receiver in the first round. You need to take somebody for the interior offensive line. And if there's nobody there, it is a really, really deep draft on interior defensive linemen, which they need as well. Not desperate. and not like it wide receiver, but they could draft one of those interior defensive linemen and take an interior offensive lineman in the second round and then look for a Nico Collins or a Tank Dells or Stephon Diggs in the third round.
Yeah. John, is it surprising that Aaron Glenn taking over the Jets job is good without Aaron Rodgers and willing to move on without him?
Aaron Glenn, who played here in the Texans in their first couple of seasons, after being drafted in the first round by the Jets out of A&M, is a very strong presence. He's very knowledgeable. He's very forceful. Sometimes people will look at Aaron, who is short. When he came in the league, they're like, oh, he's too short. Well, you know what? He's come a long way despite looking up to a lot of people. And now they're going to be looking up to him because he is in charge. And Woody Johnson said he was going to step aside. And I do not blame him not wanting Aaron Rodgers around there. He's a distraction. He's not good enough to be a distraction anymore. Start over. Get a guy like Kirk Cousins, somebody, a veteran like that. Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, I don't care. You can't go with Tyrod Taylor unless you're tanking to try to have a quarterback next year, which should be deeper than this one and better. And a lot of people have Arch next year. I don't see him playing 1 year of college football going to the NFL. If he can sit on the bench for 2 years watching and learning, I don't think he's in a hurry to get to the NFL. So I'm thinking Arch is going to be around for 2 years. Like Uncle Peyton stuck around. Everybody thought he was coming out a year early. He had a news conference, surprised him saying he was staying. And he'll tell you that was one of the smartest things he ever did. And you can't gamble on getting a guy like that anyway. Say Arch plays and he's fantastic and he wins the Heisman and the Longhorns win the national championship and he's first team All-American. Doesn't mean he's coming out. He should in that situation because he can't do more. But there's no doubt you're not guaranteed of getting him unless you finish with the worst record, which is never guaranteed. And so I think if you can get a quarterback this year, you better get one. And I think Arch Manning, you guys are going to get to see him up close and personal for 2 seasons and not 1.
Yeah, I agree.
John, we were talking about DeAndre Hopkins, possibly scoring a touchdown in the Super Bowl, and he did. It was a garbage time touchdown, but you covered him. How hard he's worked. What do you think that meant to him, if anything?
Well, first of all, it meant a lot to a friend of mine who bet 20 grand on a prop bet for that Hopkins would score a touchdown on 3-1 odds, so he made 60. And he was sure happy when he scored, probably happier than Hopkins.
20,000.
At that point, he made 60 on a 20,000 bet. And at that point, the game was out of reach. But even though it was out of reach, if you're scoring your first touchdown in the Super Bowl and people look back on your career, they're not going to say, oh, he scored in the Super Bowl, but it was garbage time. No, they look back and say he scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl. Now, if he's smart and the Chiefs want him, but at the minimum salary, he's going to stay there because he needs to be somewhere where they throw the ball and they're on TV a lot. So they'll talk about him because he wants to go to the Hall of Fame. And right now, he's not a lock. We got guys like Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt and Steve Smith and Hines Ward. But if he wants to be considered, he's got to continue to catch passes, whether it's playoffs, Super Bowl, or regular season.
What did you think of Xavier Worthy, who ends up with 8 catches, 157 yards, 2 touchdown catches, and kind of looking on his rookie season?
I think that's going to be a sign of what's to come. He didn't make a lot of big plays this year because he didn't know how to harness his speed, how to use his speed. He had so much to learn about the NFL game, and they're trying to rough him up at the line of scrimmage. But now that he has that experience and we saw what he was capable of doing, they're going to be looking for him to do that in the second season. If they do, he'll become a weapon like Tyreek Hill was when he played for the Chiefs.
Is it surprising to you that Worthy and Devontae Smith, became the first Texas and Alabama football players to ever score a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
I was shocked, especially on Alabama. I was letting things go through my mind about UT, but Alabama, you just automatically think with all those great receivers and running backs they've had over there since Nick Saban got there, or back when Bear Bryant was coaching, and Gene Stallings and Bill Curry, and that just flabbergasted me. And then I started thinking about the Longhorns and, running backs, and you start thinking about the great ones. Well, they weren't in the Super Bowl, but I think both those streaks came to an end. They won't have to talk about it anymore, and they couldn't have found two better guys to break those streaks.
In your opinion, John, where will the Chiefs go from here? Because with the way that they lost, you saw how Travis Kelce looked like he was on his last leg. And you should never count out Patrick Mahomes, but also Andy Reid. He couldn't have many years left in him when it comes to coaching. Where do you think the Chiefs go from here?
I think that, Zay, there's one thing we can count on. They're not going back to the Super Bowl. Other than the Patriots, one time, there hasn't been a Super Bowl loser go back in 30 years. And so the odds against them. I always tell people, you'd think that Super Bowl loser would be the hungriest team in football. And they would come back riding a wave to get back there and taste victory. But it's the opposite. Look at the 49ers this year. Last team, I think, other than New England one year was Buffalo when they were losing all those in a row. And it's just like Philadelphia. Okay, Philadelphia is not going to win the NFC East because they haven't had a repeat champion in 21 years. So that means Washington will win the division and the Eagles will have to win back-to-back Super Bowls as a wild card. Those are just the odds on those two things. Last time Chiefs lost the Super Bowl to the Bucs, they had to redo their offensive line. Their offensive line, at least at left tackle and maybe another position, they got to get better. That's got to be a priority for them because not every team's like the Eagles, but if you get anybody can just come close to doing what the Eagles did to the pass protection and Mahomes, and their running game has always been mediocre. They need to get a better running game. And this is a really deep draft for running backs. I don't think anybody's going to take one in the first round other than Ashton Genty. Probably, I'm hoping he doesn't go to Dallas. I hope he's gone. Hate to see the Cowboys get somebody as good as him. But if you're a team like the Chiefs and you need a running back, you'll have a chance to get a good one somewhere.
John, can you take us behind the scenes in how they come up with the combine invite list?
Oh, they have a panel up there that goes over all that and determines who there's going to get it. And there's a lot of players that don't get invited. Wes Welker being a good example. Don't get invited, and now you still have a chance at their pro day and their private workouts of getting noticed. But it's just I think it's over 300 to do, and players get their feelings hurt. And agents who've been telling them, "Oh man, you're going to be a first rounder. You're going to kill them at the combine. Sign with me." Oops.
Oops. Yeah, Texas has 14 going to the combine.
Well, their recruiting class is number one, so that's good because one of the things Sarkisian does, besides coach well, is he does a great job of reloading.
No. John, Myles Garrett, he just flat out said, I'm looking to be traded. I can't deal with this Browns BS no more. How do you think that's going to work out for Cleveland and Myles Garrett?
Well, first of all, Zay, they've been in the playoffs 2 of the last 4 years. They beat Pittsburgh, and Stefanski was coach of the year. He was coach of the year 2 years ago when I can't remember what their record was. They came here and the Texans destroyed them. So it's not like they've been destitute. It's not like they were the Lions who won one since the 50s until Dan Campbell got there. They don't have a long drought. And he's 29 years old. When a guy hits 30, their careers don't ascend. They start to descend. Now, he's in great shape. So what would you give for a 29-year-old defensive end with a lot of wear and tear? They would ask, I'm sure, for 2 1s, Mike Florio had a great thing today. He said they should tell a team, we'll give you Myles Garrett, but you got to take Deshaun Watson. Get this war off our butts. Get this money off our cap situation. And wouldn't that be something? Only a couple or three teams would be able to do that because they have the cap. Take Watson, just put him out for the year. He's got an Achilles injury. Put him on injured reserve. He's done. Then cut him in a year when the cap what dead money can be split as a June 1st designation. But I don't see anybody giving more than two. If you look at all the trades that have been done for disgruntled players, that you give up at least two number one picks, like Jamal Adams. What a terrible deal Seattle made. Even Jalen Ramsey was not worth two number ones and something else. And it just generally doesn't work. And that's not even counting what the other team does with the picks. And I'm sure he's most depressed about the quarterback situation because he knows Watson's terrible. Thompson Gardner, DTR. Now, what's his last name? Dorian Thompson Robinson.
Yeah.
DTR. He's the only quarterback. He should be in the XFL or whatever it is. He's not an NFL quarterback. But I'll bet you if they take Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, then Myles Garrett will start to get fired up like all the fans.
So, John, you think Kirk Cousins – where do you think Kirk Cousins ends up? Because
team won't have to pay much money. That all comes from the Falcons. And he played really well in the middle of the season, then went down the toilet. I'm guessing a lot of that has to do with the residuals of Achilles surgery because Aaron Rodgers started really slow as well, but he played better down the stretch while the Falcons went with Michael Penix. So maybe his second year back from having Achilles surgery, he would be better. I would much rather have him as a bridge quarterback than Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson.
Yeah. I think he's still got some tread on the tire.
What about Matt Stafford, John?
Why in the world would the Giants want Matthew Stafford? He's older. He's got some problems with his knee. They got no offensive line to protect him. They have no running game. Why in the world would they be interested? I don't think he's going to be traded. Who would the Rams go with? They made the playoffs. They're trying to get back to the playoffs. You don't do it by getting rid of your quarterback. Now, I know he wants a new contract. He didn't make a lot of money. He's not going to get a big one like some of these other guys, but I think they'll get it worked out and he'll be back because they don't have anybody to take his place.
Bobby Slowick to the Dolphins.
Yeah, great. I'm so happy for Bobby. He's a good guy. He's a good coach. You know, after that first year, everybody was interviewing him for head coaching jobs last year. Jets interviewed with him, and he had a lot to learn in between the first and second year. You got to know opponents are going to adjust to what you did with your quarterback, and you've got to adjust to their adjustments, and he wasn't able to do it. Like they were a much better team in the first half than the second. And if that's a recurring issue, then what does it tell you? He's not adjusting. So I'm hoping that Nick Caley can adjust. And one of the things I noticed about Sean McVay, I've talked to people that he believes a lot in using motion, pre-snap motion, because he thinks that a quarterback, a smart quarterback, can figure out what the defense is doing based on your motion. And it puts a lot on the quarterback. So if Nick Caley does that, then that's going to be putting a lot on a quarterback like C.J. Stroud going into his third year compared to Matthew Stafford, who seems like he's been around since the 70s. And Stroud's a smart guy. He ought to be able to do it. And if what Caley told us, he's not going to make that old square peg go into the round hole, then he will bring Stroud along slowly when it comes to making a bunch of changes and reading coverages until he sees it, and then gradually give him more. But they had a lot of balance in that offense out there. Texans want to have balance like they had with Joe Mixon. So I just don't see Stafford going to the Giants. Makes no sense whatsoever for either team.
All right, I got one random Houston Rockets question for you. Does anyone talk about Royale Ivy, the assistant coach with the Rockets?
No.
Okay.
Nope. Now, maybe in the NBA world they do, but I read everything I can about the Rockets on social media, in the Chronicle. I've watched them a lot because they're so exciting. They stunk it up last night against Golden State here. The Warriors have dominated them. A lot of that is experience versus inexperience. When a team has as much inexperience as the Rockets do, even though they're talented, and I'm sure Royal Ivy's got a lot to do with that, they're going to make mistakes. They're going to have ups and downs. They were third best record in the league, second best on the road, and then they lost 6 in a row, including getting swept by Brooklyn, which is terrible. And so they're in a position to get another couple of lottery picks, including one more lottery pick this year, because they own an unprotected, I can't remember what's the team, but the team's got a losing record. It looks like it's trying to lose, even though that can't be true because they don't have their top one. But the Rockets, they need good guys coaching all that young talent. Ime Udoka does a great job here. And I'm sure his staff, which is a big one, that's got a lot to do with their success, which I thought would be next year, not this year, this season.
All right. And Richard asks, John, is Scott Drew's program on the downslide? What's going on with the Baylor men's basketball program?
Well, first of all, they had to replace 4 starters, and then they've had 2 of them were injured. At one point, they're having to play 6 players, and then 7 players, and that's it. Langston Love was out. Roach was out, the transfer from Duke. Love's been out so much, and then they lost their big man last week. Josh Ojanwerna is out for the year with a torn ACL. He may not be back. When you're running in and out those one-and-dones like Keontae George and Yves Missy, George and Missy are both in the Futures game on All-Star Weekend. They've got a lot of young talent. Jabari Walker, he's doing really well. And VJ Edgecombe, I've seen every play. If that kid stayed 3 years, he would be recognized, I believe, as the second greatest basketball player in Baylor history. But he'll be another one and done, and everybody has him going 3rd or 4th in the first round. But injuries have just killed this team, and the inconsistency of the players, and some of them make so many brain-dead decisions, it's just they don't have it. And they've just gotten healthy, except for the big man, and people are hoping, okay, maybe this point on they can stay relatively healthy, playing a 4-guard lineup, and actually do well. Houston killed them last week. Cougars play them in the last game at Waco, and that's going to be ugly. They're not on a par with the Cougars.
All right, who's the best player in Baylor basketball?
Well, you know who the best player. There's only one. The microwave. That's right.
He throw that
Vinny
Johnson. Vinny Johnson's the greatest player in Baylor history, and it would take something for somebody to be better than Vinny, a first-round pick of Seattle who made his mark, being the microwave, winning back-to-back championships for the Motor City Bad Boys.
That's right, baby.
And he has an automotive. I'll tell you a quick story about Vinny Johnson. He had never driven a car. I covered the team. I had a new Monte Carlo, 1975. I had saved my money, got it for $5,000, drove it off the showroom floor. I would drive it to McLennan Junior College practices, and the players loved it, called it my Monte. So Vinny had to get his driver's license, and he'd never driven. So I took him down there, and he got it driving my car. Now he has an automotive business that I noticed lately is worth $800 million. And I thought about calling him. You wouldn't ever had a license if I hadn't given you my Monte. So maybe you send me a car down there from Detroit when you got an $800 million auto parts business. You can Google Vinny Johnson and see how incredibly well he's done in business in the Detroit area.
Wow.
Legend.
That is a great story. That's why we call him the GOAT. John McClain, General. Hey, John, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. We look forward to it every Friday.
Chip and Zay, thank you guys very much. Hope you have a great weekend, and good luck to those the Longhorn women. I mean, the Longhorn men. Well, playing in Arlington.
Yeah.
Can't wait till they play the Aggies. Wish they could do it first series.
I know it.
I'm all in on that series.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to be hot.
Yeah, maybe
Thanks,
you can give
John.
me some tickets. See you guys.
There he is, John McClain, the general. You can read him on HoustonTexans.com, and he does radio spots all over the country. We're fortunate to have him as part of our Friday afternoons here on Chip and Zay.
Yo, Vinny Johnson was so cold. Gosh, he was cold. He'd have that ball be way behind his head, flick of the wrist, kicking his feet up.
He was muscled up too.
Oh, yeah. He was physical guard. That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you do with that? You got Zeke, Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars. Then you sit one of them and you bring in Vinny Johnson.
Microwave.
You kidding me?
One of the great nicknames too.
Yeah. Like, love coming off the bench. Like, you would think he would be like, oh, I want to be a starter. If I was a starter, I could average probably 20 a game. And he said, nah, I'm good with my role. Coming off the bench and giving the Pistons a spark anytime he did. God, he was good.
Oh, man. Yeah. Rex says Vinny Johnson was a bleeping bowling ball. He was. He was a muscled up bowling ball. All right, let's get to the commentary. Before we do that, let's get a couple mentions in for our incredible sponsors here, like our new sponsor here on Chip and Zay, the Sleep Cycle Center. Okay. So the Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. You know, this is for you chainsaw snorers out there. It's not just snoring, it's about your health. And their focus is to educate you on what's going on with your body and provide all possible treatment options related to your specific issue. So if you're snoring, if you're having trouble sleeping, maybe both, reach out to our friends at Sleep Cycle Center. They can eliminate everything from snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer need to sleep in a separate bedroom or wake up feeling tired every day. And right now, if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, when you reach out to Sleep Cycle Center, you'll receive $100 off a sleep study or weight loss program. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients from age 6 to 106, and they're in network with most medical insurances. Go to sleepcyclecenter.com for more information and book your appointment. And remember to tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hey, if you're looking to remodel a bathroom, a kitchen, or extend some outdoor space, McCall Custom Homes, Mike McCall, has been doing it in Austin for 40 years, family owned and operated, and they are all about the custom in McCall Custom Homes. So if they're going to redo a room for you, they're going to come out, they're going to give you their vision. They're going to tell you what you need, what you don't need, but they're going to give you those touches that a custom home deserves. Your home deserves. And like I said, they've been serving the Austin area. Their reputation is unbelievable. Their word of mouth. And bring them in, have them take a look at what your ideas are, because chances are Mike and his gang are going to take your vision and make it even better. That's what it's all about. Check out their amazing work on Facebook and Instagram by searching McCall Custom Homes, and go to the website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. That's what it's all about. And hey, Cover 3 this weekend, tonight. Brunch on the weekends, amazing. Just the best place to hang out with your friends, eat great food, and check out your favorite team. Come on. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, Cover 2 at 183 and Lake Creek. Get you a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. And let me know. Let me know how great it was, because the food's going to keep you coming back at Cover 3. Chop House Burger, Texas Monthly says one of the best in the state of Texas. The brick chicken and mac and cheese is ridiculous. They have amazing salads. Great place for a date night or a business lunch. Cover 3. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, when you're ready, only when you're ready, you know where to go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of television and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We
Put that on repeat. All right, Zay, let's get to the chip shot, my man. I'm in Arlington, just a 9-iron from Globe Life Field, where tonight the Jim Schlossnagle era will begin. This hire by Chris Del Conte, I think, is genius. It helps that they were together for 8 years at TCU. Schlossnagle was at TCU before Del Conte got there. But Schlossnagle was always Chris Del Conte's guy. And Schlossnagle, of course, took TCU to 4 College World Series. Then he, or 5 in a row, but 5. And then took A&M to 2 in his 3 years there. Of course, last year, played in the final game of the College World Series championship against Tennessee, lost. He's chasing it. He's, you talk to Jim Schlossnagle and he's like, my day's okay. And then I get to the ballpark and everything's great. Like, he eats, drinks, and sleeps it. He's like, I don't have hobbies. I just love being at the ballpark. And he thinks his players have sort of adopted that mentality too, because he said during the winter he had to take balls out of the batting cages to get guys to go home because they were just up there, getting after it. But you got these coaches, and Max Wiener, the pitching coach, is a guy who the players say just has an unbelievable spirit about him. He's very relaxed. He's funny. The whole team is championing this theme of we're going to lead the nation in fun. And I kind of love that because Schloss is a demanding coach. So's Max Wiener, but they give them the tools to be successful. We talked earlier this week about how he brings in Brian Kane and the Kane mental performance, a guy he's trusted since 2006. Schloss said this week, we've spent more money on mental performance training than any other program since 2006. That tells you that Brian Kane's really expensive. But he believes in him, and he has this so what next pitch philosophy that I'm talking about Brian Kane, that the players really grasp, and it frees them up. And I think this weekend you're going to see Jared Spencer, the lefty, tonight, who transferred in from Indiana State. He said he talked to Jason Kent and Julian Larry about Texas when he was making his decision. And, you know, he wanted to be part of a big time program, and he was 6-0 last year. He's, you know, big fastball guy, fastball slider. And then on Saturday, you're going to see Luke Harrison. And Luke is a fascinating guy because he had success at Texas in 2022. He had Tommy John in 2023, and then he came back last year and he struggled, you know, ERA over 9. And these coaches feel like they've gotten him right. And to the point where they only named 2 starters. The Sunday starter has not yet been named. And so, you know, they're firm in their belief in Jared Spencer and Luke Harrison, 2 lefties to start. And then Ruger Riojas is probably going to be your closer. This is a guy who lit it up at UTSA and had a lot of opportunity once he hit the transfer portal. But this is a guy who, you know, has a 4-seam fastball, a splitter, slider, has added a curve with Max Wiener. And so this is going to be fun to watch, to see how the roles develop. But you look at their position roster, and there's a lot of talent on this roster. You know, Ryan Galvan at catcher. Kimball Schusler, who can play catcher and first, batted .343 last year, 10 homers, 40 RBI. You know, Ethan Mendoza at second base, who transferred in from Arizona State, just an electric glove. And then at third base tonight, you're going to get the first look at Adrian Rodriguez, the true freshman who everyone in the country wanted. A lot of people wondered if he would go straight to pro baseball. He'll be at third base. That's a prospect from right up here, Flower Mound. So probably have a ton of family at Globe Life Field. You know, everyone knows Jalen Flores, batted .340 last year, 18 bombs, 56 RBI. The guy's a total grinder. And then, you know, in left field, Easton Winfield, batted .332 last year, 10 home runs, 40 RBI. I mean, there's a lot of power in this lineup. Will Gasparino, who was such a stud as a freshman last year, 12 home runs, 37 RBI. And then the Big 12 Player of the Year, Max Blue, in right field, batted .329 last year, 18 homers, 53 RBI. There's a lot of power in this lineup, Zay, and the problem last year was the pitching. Let's see if Jim Schlossnagle and Max Wiener have identified the right talents to bring in, have, you know, rehabbed a guy like Luke Harrison. And last year, Texas struggled to close games. Ruger Riojas looks like he's a ready-made guy, big, strong guy, fearless. And Schlossnagle's philosophy is pound the strike zone. Dare him to hit you. Throw strikes, and let's go. Let's have fun. So he came in to A&M with a team that he says is very similar to this one, had some holdover guys, brought in some guys. They didn't start the season very well, but they finished it well. They got to Omaha. You know, I think they finished third. So I'm very excited to see what this team looks like from an energy standpoint, from a confidence standpoint, because this team might be better than we think. The pitching last year did not get better. And so, I mean, they made it to a regional, the College Station. They went to the College Station regional. And they gave A&M problems. If you remember, there was a couple of throwing errors that kind of unraveled them. And so let's see how this team looks. How's the energy? Because they were not having fun last year. And let's see if they have fun this year. And a lot of that will be because Jim Schlossnagle sets the tone. He trusts his coaches. And let's see if they're, free and easy in the mind, empty head, full bat. Full head, empty bat. Let's see if they're free and easy tonight.
Yeah. Having like a mental health coach for a game like baseball, I think it's a must. Like, it's such a psychological game, such a superstitious game. Guys could get into their head real fast, and that slump could get worse and worse for weeks, and then now you're looking at months. So I'm glad Jim Schlossnagle takes that seriously, and it's just bringing new energy to the dish and to the 40, and it starts tonight. How do you feel about the Rangers Stadium and college guys going to the Rangers Stadium?
Texas has been horrible here.
Right?
Horrible. I mean, terrible. So there's the first sign of the mental performance coaching. Can they just forget that they've ever been there?
Yeah.
I mean, they got wiped out here in the Big 12 tournament. They got wiped out in that preseason tournament. I think they're 0-7 in their last 7 games here.
Damn.
Yeah. Let me double check that, but it's not been good. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So, I want to see how that looks. And if they're hitting bombs in Globe Life, okay. Let's get this party started, because there's a lot of power in this lineup, Zay. And that's good. You need that in the SEC. You need to be hitting home runs in the SEC. They don't play small ball in the SEC. They play bully ball. And so I think this team's built for it. Let's see, starting tonight, what they got.
All right. Terrific chip shot, my friend, per usual. Now, before the right call, got to shout out our mentions like Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Forget those sketchy salesmen, those guys that are all about meeting the quota, who could care less about what car you get. It's just about making that sell. Covert BK, they're not like that. They're all about the customer. The service is terrific. The satisfaction for the customer is always terrific. And look, all the brands that they have, terrific too. 7 of them, from Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. And trust somebody who's been through the Covert BK buying process, like myself. Wifey and I got the Covert Buick Encore. It's terrific. We love it. And you can be like us too. So if you want to see all the selection that they have, the latest specials, the latest inventory, check out their website at covertbk.com. And nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And it is Friday, and some of y'all might be going shopping tomorrow, looking for different things to help make your house into a home. Leaf Landscape Supply are your guys to go to. Full service, wholesale, and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. If you're down south, check out their place of work at Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're up north, check them out off of Pond Springs. Trendy house plants, collection of specialty plants and rare plants, large quantities to fulfill any type of landscaping job. And it's your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com to see everything they have to offer. And remember, when you mention your boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, your boys Zay Collier, you get 10% off. Can't beat that. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Ship. Will the Longhorns lose 4 straight games? This men's basketball team with the Wildcats coming into the mood tomorrow. Night game, 7 o'clock. Mark Pope's team. They're coming in a little banged up. I don't know if Lamont Butler is going to play, their best point guard. I don't know if Jackson Robinson's going to play. I definitely don't think Jackson Robinson's going to play because I think he messed his wrist up pretty bad. And Lamont Butler, who's been dealing with a shoulder injury for a few weeks, he re-aggravated that shoulder injury in their win against Tennessee the other night. So both of those guys, they really make Kentucky go, and that will be a big loss if they don't have them. But it's still Kentucky. They still got dudes. You definitely got to respect them. Longhorn fans, I'm sure y'all remember Otega Owe from Oklahoma, who is now at Kentucky. He's their leading scorer, having a very solid season at around 16 points a game. Big, physical, could get to the rim, really athletic. You want him to take that outside shot. Like, though he's shooting 34%, you'd rather have him shooting from the outside than you do getting into the paint. That's what he wants to do. Again, big and physical. He likes using his athleticism to get to the paint and make plays. And without Robinson and Butler, he's going to have to do more for his team. Kobe Brea, probably the best shooter in the nation, in my opinion. Like, that guy, picture perfect. Like, if you wanted to have a shooting clinic for kids on how to shoot the basketball the right way, Kobe Brea could run that clinic. He's shooting 45% from three, transferred from Dayton. He is absolute money. If you're RT, you got to make it a point of emphasis of knowing where this son of a B is at all times. You're guarding him once he enters the arena. You cannot give him any space. He had 2 huge daggers against Rick Barnes in Tennessee the other night. And again, he has range too. So find him and you'll be in good shape. But it's about the Longhorns more than it is about Kentucky, especially with Kentucky's hurt players. Like, where's Arthur Kaluma going to be? Is he going to be available? Devon Pryor, what about him? What does it mean for his injury with his calf? Will he be used? Can Jordan Pope get out of this slump? Because this team right now, man, it's all Trey Johnson. You know, Trayvon Mark, you want to bet on him having a way better game than he did the other night against Alabama. The dude, he couldn't put the ball in the ocean. So all of those guys definitely have to step up, you know, and again, they're just so fatigued right now. They're so exhausted. This conference, it does that to you, you know, like if you don't have the size and the mass to withstand this conference and what it throws at you, you're going to be in Texas situation. Like Caden Shedrick, he plays hard. It's just, we know Caden Shedrick has his limitations. Like, he's not the most athletic. You know, those guys were playing volleyball with his shot at Alabama the other night because he just doesn't have much lift, you know? Like, you got to create for Caden Shedrick. He has to be wide open, dunking position for him to get points. And if he's locked in defensively, if the rebounding's there, then you're in decent shape. They got a good post player at Kentucky, Amari Williams. He's a 7-footer from England. He's all right. You know, he could be better, but he shows flashes of being a really good big. They got Garrison from Oklahoma State, you know, coming off the bench. He'll shoot a 3 every once in a while, but it starts with the healthy guys and Otega Owe, and it starts with Kobe Brea. I don't think Lamont Butler is gonna play. I do not think that Jackson Robinson is gonna play. So that should help a lot and give the Horns a chance, but Mark Pope, he ain't no punk. Like, their offense is really good, and they can shoot the lights out if you let him. He likes to take threes, likes to work that ball around. He likes to attack, like typical SEC play. So is Texas ready for it? They need this game. We know they need this game. Like you said earlier in the week, they need 4 out of the next 6. If they could get Kentucky, that should give you some momentum and make you feel good about yourself as March approaches. But if they
if Robinson and Butler are not playing, I mean, we got to find out if Kaluma's playing, and it sounds like maybe he's not.
Yeah,
that's not good. But
I mean, at least Jason Kent was solid the other night. His best game of the year. You never know with him, but
Pope. Julian Larry, you never know.
Yeah, those guys got to step up. Trayvon Mark has to play better than what he did against Alabama. If he does, without Butler, without Robinson, the Hornets could have a chance tomorrow.
Come on.
Yeah.
You know who else has a chance? Patrick Davis and Matt Galatzan. What's up, fellas?
How you guys doing, man? Hey, did you know how much Vegas loves Texas? They're 1.5-point favorites tonight.
See, I'm telling you.
They're favorites. I again, they were 4.5-point dogs the other night and got blown out. So maybe Texas people just love betting on it. I don't know. They're 1.5-point favorites. I believe they for sure think that Butler and Robinson are out. They have to make Texas 1.5-point favorites, right?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
This is a must win, honestly. I mean,
it has to be a must win. If you lose this, there's no hope at this point.
I mean, there's hope because, and I will get into it on the show. There is a reason for hope because Joe Lunardi still has him with a bye for some reason. I'll tell you why I think that is. But thank you guys for having us, for bringing us over. And Chip, root on the boys tonight. I know it's on Flow Sports, so not everyone's going to be able to watch here in Austin. But we will expect your masterful breakdown when we get to Monday of what it's like there in Arlington and what Texas has always not been great at.
Appreciate you.
A great weekend, fellas.
You too, guys.
You too.
Welcome in to Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, along with Matt Galatzan, with the big windows behind him today. Looking like a deity over there with the windows behind him, getting some sunlight. We'll see as the sun sets. I want to see what the setting turns into. But we're going to have a fun time on the show today on Open Gym. We'll be talking, of course, some Texas basketball and that big matchup tonight. What is going to be happening at the Moody Center. We'll also be going into the news coming out of Texas football. You know we're going to keep talking Texas football all off season long. They have a new hire that came in. There is a name that is now officially out of the running back coach hiring cycle. They are now out of that. We'll get into that. And a former player, as we all know, Jonte Cook, getting into trouble again. And kind of looking at that one, I think there's some interesting pieces for Texas on how that all went down and what you can kind of look at with hindsight in that world. Also talk a little bit about the NFL. Cowboys finalized their coaching staff. Travis Hunter has decided which position he'll be hinting at the combine, what he's going to be going for. We'll talk about women's college basketball and the big win that they had last night, and men's college basketball, their big game this weekend. So women's got another big game I'll go into a little bit as well. A big game over the weekend against number 5 LSU. NBA All-Star Weekend is this weekend. Get into the existential question of all-star sports and professional sports. Do you care? And what would make you care? We'll get into that. I want to hear what everybody thinks about that as well as we get into the show today. Remember, you can join us on the text line 512-222-9328. And also there on the chat on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or X, however you're joining us. And if you see what they're saying, shout out to Rob and Jose and Joe and all there. Flow Sports. Flow College is where you can watch the Longhorns this weekend. They have the rights to this tournament. So if you were expecting to watch the game on a regular TV channel, you cannot. You is a paid-for service. You can get a year of service. It's like $110, and you get billed monthly, and it's like $10 a month, but you're paying for $100-some for a year, or you're paying $20 to watch Texas baseball tonight, tomorrow, and the next day, and it may be the only time you use it. I don't know if they'll have softball on there. I don't know. I couldn't really tell when I was going through it today. I was trying to find out if Texas would be on there in other places. I'm sure at some point they have a lot of smaller sports as well on Flow Sports. But, so if you want to watch the games tonight, we will get into the college baseball and the Longhorns. We'll talk a little bit about the preview and what that looks like coming up for college baseball. But yes, for the people, $20 to watch the Longhorns this weekend. So it's a little difficult. And it is. It's if you want to watch it, you want to see this new team with Schlossnagel, you get access. It's one of those things in today's streaming world where they go $20, you get access to all of these things you don't care about. There's a whole world. Would you like to see the Big East figure it out. Like, no, I don't really want to watch a bunch of Big East teams figure it out because I have the sports package on everything else. So I have enough sports coming in. I don't need it all. But yeah, that is the one that I'm glad we're not on air at 7. That was back in the days when you'd be on air and it'd be coming up and people be starting to find it on TV, and all of a sudden our text line would light up and it would just be like, hey, where's the game? What's happening with the game? Where's the game? And just people looking at us like, I hate to tell you, the game is somewhere where you got to pay for it. That's what it's going to be this weekend. Our man Chip Brown's going to be there, though, so he'll have a great take on it. And on Monday, we may have somebody joining us on Monday as well that will be able to give us a really good breakdown of Texas baseball. We'll give you a little preview in a little bit. Also, shout out happy Valentine's Day to everybody. If this is your reminder at 4 o'clock, you're probably screwed. If you did not remember,
still time to get to Target.
There's still time. Go to the CVS. Make sure to hide the receipt. The best advice I can tell every man: hide the receipt. There is no bigger snitch in the world than a little paper receipt with a timestamp on it. Those stitches will get you every time. So not in the car. You dispose of a receipt on Valentine. Any late gift purchase, you dispose of that receipt like it's a dead body. You do not want to dig a hole and bury it to let it go away. But if not, I did see a mass amount of men at HEB last night over in the flour and like frozen strawberry to put like that area. I saw a ton of guys out there last night, like, crap. And I feel bad for all the young couples right now because it's on a Friday. Like, if you get a Valentine's Day on a Tuesday, you kind of get a pass of like, well, we can do either weekend and we could just do something during the week, or we kind of just pick a day and go for it. I feel like young couples now, you're a whole weekend. You're kind of stuck on a Valentine's Day. If it's a Friday, you got to do like a Friday thing. And then Saturday, they're still going to be like, well, it's Valentine's weekend. You can't hang with the boys, watch the games. We still got to hang out. And then Sunday, you're like, well, now we've hung out all weekend. Let's just chill together. And you're like, I want to watch a game. So for young couples, older couples, that's not the case. Do you have any Valentine's Day plans, Matt?
Yeah, I may have driven all the way from Houston to Dallas to see my lady friend for Valentine's Day, take her to dinner, and do the whole 9 yards. But as far as the flower thing goes, man, that's a rookie mistake at HEB. You gotta plan ahead, order those roses online, make sure they're delivered a day early, just so they don't get too backed up and arrive and UPS misses your package or anything like that. So
terrible.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse, but no, I'm excited. It's gonna be a fun night. That's why I have a sort of a different backdrop here as well, because I'm in my brother-in-law's office.
I like it. I think it's a good look there. It's a good look.
It's very ominous.
Yeah, no, it's very. But that's what I'm saying. It's also fun. I've done morning radio. I've done afternoon radio. That sun setting when you have a window. Last show I did, I had windows behind me. Yeah, where we did it on camera. And so, yeah, there's always something fun seeing the sunrise or set while you talk in sports. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Joe, I can't repeat that. We do not encourage any pirating of any college sports here. But yeah. And then men's hoop is tomorrow. Yes, it is. Men's hoop is tomorrow. Women's game is on Sunday, but they're all the weekend. We won't be on tomorrow or Sunday. So, we'll give you the preview today. Just to pay $5 for all 3 games. They're getting greedy. Nickel and diming of streaming services is insane. Yes, it is. And I like Longhorn Bear saying Bucky's going to get a front row ticket for the LSU game, but right behind the LSU bench. He's going to wear his Kim Mulkey gear. Longhorn Bear, we're going to get Bucky wearing his Longhorn, his official Kim Mulkey. I know they did like a dress like Kim Mulkey day at LSU one time, and everybody showed up. And you could see Kim Mulkey's the type of person who knows she has to take it in stride, but is also like, no, I'm not a fan of this. This I'm not dressed as ugly as you are. I'm dressed great. You guys are dressed ugly. That's not what I dress like. I think that was fun.
I wonder if it came with the haircuts too.
Hair the Dog also pointed out it's a 3-day weekend. I think we'll be back on Monday. I think the show will be back on Monday, or I'll be back at least on Monday. I think is what we've discussed with BK. We're new to all this, so we're new to the Texas Sports Unfiltered family. So we're figuring it out. But yeah, it is President's Day, which falls into which is bigger now, President's Day or the NFL and the Super Bowl, which is the answer is the Super Bowl. So should the Super Bowl have to move to President's Day weekend, or should President's Day move to the Super Bowl so everyone gets the Monday off after the Super Bowl? It's a clear, easy answer. I don't know why it has not been done yet. Rob says, wife does not like to celebrate Valentine's Day, which is great. Just making a nice dinner and having some good wine. That's good. By the way, I'm Rob, and I'm sure you know your wife better than I do. I feel every time a girl's ever told me, don't worry about it, or I don't like that, you still kind of got to be prepared. You just got to have something in the back pocket. So I think having the dinner, I think you're doing good. I think you've got it figured out. And Joe's heading to the Red Rose. Maybe they'll have the game on. Maybe they'll have the game on at the Red Rose. Who knows? Maybe you can get them to Flow Sports there. And Hair the Dog says, my wife thinks Valentine's Day is a scam. Yeah, no, it is. It's it's one of those holidays. It is a holiday that is can be difficult. I'll say that much. Shout out to Chan there in the chat as well, and saying softball is on SEC Plus right now. If you want to turn on the softball, maybe I'll turn it on in one of our breaks. We'll go and put on the softball game as well. That starts tonight as well. So Texas sports blinging all over the place right now. Let's get into it though, and get into some Texas football talk there, Matt. And get into we'll start with the good news. The hiring of Aaron Joe. He has come in to Texas now, bring in the director of scouting. This is going to it's a big position. And I think there's something to this hiring where you need to bring somebody in anyway, but something about this hiring is very noticeable. And with Tashard Choice leaving, it makes this make even more sense, which is who has ties to the Atlanta area. Who has ties to the most fertile recruiting ground in the country? Well, you lose to Tashard Choice, who had coached at Georgia Tech, had definite ties in the Atlanta area, had recruited the Atlanta area plenty in his career and helped them recruit. You lose that recruiting, and you bring in another guy from Georgia Tech that's in the Atlanta area that has played, is an alum of Georgia Tech, has also been a part of the Alabama staff. So, he gets the word where he calls his friend Nick Saban, Sark does, and asks, hey, how's this Aaron Joe guy? How hard does he work? What kind of a culture fit is he? Does he feel like he could fit in? You get to bring in somebody with some experience, but also, man, it's, again, that tie to Atlanta. You lose a piece of that with Tashard Choice, and now you're able to bring it back in with Aaron Joe.
Yeah, I think it's a huge hiring. It's not going to take all the headlines. It's not going to be, across the front page of SI.com or sports or ESPN or anything like that. But it's a great hire for the Longhorns. He's very familiar with that area. He knows families. He knows the high school coaches. He has been in that area for a long time. So I think this is a brilliant move after the Choice exit to Detroit. It's just one of those moves you can put a pin in where you can be like, okay, let's go back to this and let's see why we got this 4-star corner that we wouldn't have normally gotten out of DeKalb County or whatever. And it's going to pay huge dividends down the road.
Exactly. And that's and also you get a good reputation of a guy. Georgia Tech seems like they've been doing pretty well trying to grow that program back up, which is, I get Georgia Tech is in that weird spot of you're in a great recruiting area, but you're battling with teams that just have more money than you. All the SEC is trying to recruit out of there. So your home base is being pilfered probably more than anywhere else in the country. So there's a lot of talent, but it's just hard to get those guys to stay when they can just go right down the road to Georgia if they're a top guy, or stay in the SEC and they're still playing in the area. It makes it a little bit harder to recruit, but that's what you want to scout, is you want to be able to find those guys that Georgia Tech was finding and those really good players and say, we all know this. Everyone knows these 10 guys and we're all going to go after them. But can I find you the diamond in the rough? Can I find you that guy in a very fertile recruiting ground like Atlanta? Maybe this guy doesn't get the looks because he's on a team with another really good defensive end. So he just doesn't look because the other guy's picking up the stats. The other guy's getting more shine. So maybe he doesn't look the same, or an offensive lineman that because he's playing against other really good players, you're missing the fact that his quarterback's not getting the plays off. So you don't feel the same way. And you look at the film and you can scout that way. I think there's a lot that can be said for that, of understanding how to recruit the lower edges as opposed to the scouting that we can all do. Any of us could get that job and just go on the internet and say, Arch Manning's probably going to be pretty good. I think we should go after this Arch Manning guy. I think those are the easier ones to go after, but realizing how to find the guys that are younger, using those connections is going to be a big piece for Texas going forward. And so I think it's a great hire, and it's just funny because it comes at like a day and a half after the Tashard Choice news, and you see that Georgia connection just immediately picks back up where Tashard Choice was doing so well. And honestly, Aaron Joe went to high school in Florida, probably has a few connections over there as well. Somewhere else you want to be, I believe Lakeland, Florida is where he's from. So that gives you another piece that maybe you can get into Florida a little bit more, help you out in that place. You know, you bring in Orphe, we talked about yesterday, helps you in Texas, helps you stick your own ground. And then we can look into the names that may end up being brought in for Tashard Choice, and it may be a Dallas person. You know, you may say we feel better about Florida, we feel better about Georgia, so now we want to go back and try and solidify Dallas a little bit more. So you may bring in one of those candidates that has connections in that area. So it's interesting to see, you know, how you have to hire. Sark's done a good job, but when I saw that hiring today, I thought it was really good, and I think there's something to be said about it coming right after the Tashard Choice, that we know we cannot lose any of our grip in Atlanta, or else it's going to be pain, because anytime you lose, I mean, look back in the day, anytime Texas would lose any grip in any part of a country, everyone swoops in and everyone tries to be the next person to take it over. You're kind of fighting with Georgia right now because Georgia's got some bad press about them. They're still really good, but, you know, all the driving arrest, and then maybe they're not the same team they were, that there's a little bit of weakness that hadn't been there for the last 6-7 years. So the Vultures are circling the Atlanta area and Georgia in general. And I think this is a piece where you understand, you've got your stake in it. You cannot lose it. So you have to bring in a guy like Aaron Joe to make sure you're not losing any more of it. And then also just a guy that everything you read about him is coming out pretty glowing, and you're not seeing anything where this seems like too much of a chance, even without that connection.
Yeah. So I like your point about the Vultures circling in Atlanta right now, because Georgia's certainly gettable right now on the recruiting trail. They're certainly gettable right now on the field. They're having a lot of turnover at quarterback, and, you know, different guys leaving the team via the transfer portal and NFL draft and all that kind of stuff. So if you have the opportunity to kind of weaken them through recruiting, you do it. But also, it's just a tremendous, tremendous recruiting ground, and his connection in Florida is probably just as important, if that's as lively as we're led to believe it is, because Florida is, you know, right behind Atlanta and Texas. Or right up there with it. You know, it's one of the best recruiting areas in the country. And I also really like your point about, you know, finding the diamond in the rough, because Texas has been able to do that in the state of Texas so far. I mean, look back at Jonte Cook. He was the 5-star #1 receiver prospect in the class, you know, or in the commitment class for Texas. He was one of the all-star commitments for them. And then who do they get also from DeSoto, who wasn't really necessarily as highly recruited? Trey Wisner. And now he's one of your starting, you know, best players and one of your top running backs. So they've shown the ability to do that here. If they can do that in other areas like Atlanta, that would pay off very, very big. And yeah, I mean, look, I'm a huge fan of this hire. I think it kind of points to me that, you know, Rashad Samples would be an even better fit here now than he was before, because he has that, you know, you mentioned the Dallas connection. I think that means, you know, Rashad Samples could be at least on the table. If he's not, I'd be shocked.
Look, I'll say this: Rashad Samples has 100% gotten a phone call, or his agent has 100% gotten a phone call. I don't have any doubt about that. But we know that Rashad Samples was a name, you know, much like Tashard Choice, that the Cowboys were looking at, and he decided to not take the Cowboys job. I believe that Oregon gave him a little bit more money at the end of that as well. So that goes into it. Then now you're fighting that he's already gotten one more paycheck. Are you going to go after him and then give him even more? I think you have the budget too still, but that is a piece. But he's the name that comes up that makes the most sense. They've looked at him before. He's been on that coaching staff before. I think that they will definitely look at him. The question comes into, are we getting a guy that we're paying close to $1 million for? And we may be able to get somebody else in here who's going to work a little bit harder, but just that we don't have to, we're not bending over backwards and giving him so much positions to try and get. Let's see if we can find somebody else to do it. But interesting enough, today we also saw the news about Stan Drayton, the coach who had been with Texas. He was with Texas from 2017 to 2021. Great coach. Had brought in Bijan, great relationship with Bijan, and somebody that a lot of people spoke very highly of. He ends up getting the head coaching job at Temple, and so leaves the Longhorns coaching staff to head to Temple. That does not work out for him. But he was kind of in the ether, was a name that a lot of people put out there. Okay, well, he didn't leave Texas under bad terms. He left Texas because he got a better job. Now, does he go back? And when that job opens back up after Choice, is he the easy one to go back to? I wouldn't say that. I don't think that he was probably ever the main choice, again, because we've talked about what I think Sark is looking for is guys that are a little bit younger and a little bit hungrier to be there and work their way back up. And bringing a guy who just had a head coaching job may not be somebody that you keep long term. He may, be looking and scrolling in on LinkedIn during, after some team meetings, and you prefer him to be watching game film. So I don't know, but the news comes out today that he is hired by Penn State to be their running backs coach. So he will not be available for Texas. He's going to go ahead and take that Penn State job instead. They tough-nosed runners up at Penn State as well in a big conference. So it's a good job for him and Stan Drayton, but it does take him out. He's 53 years old. That's one of the reasons why I didn't think that Texas would probably go back to him because he wasn't a Sark hire. Sark kept him, but he was not a Sark hire. He was one of the guys that Sark thought very highly of, but he was not a guy that Sark specifically went and brought in. So I wasn't ever sure that he was going to go in there. Glad he got another job. He's working. I don't think there was ever a doubt he was going to find a job, but with a good school at Penn State. But that opens it up for the Texas running back coach position right now, that this is a position that, you take his name out, it does go back into, we kind of joked about it a little bit of the secondary coach. There's always Dwayne Akina's name is always going to come up between fans. And even though he's an older guy, fans will all just go, no, remember the glory days? Let's bring him back. And I think with Stan Drayton, it's like, look at what he was able to do. Why don't we bring him back? I think now you're able to move on from that and trust in Sark and say he's going to go out and find the right guy. But again, we know Samples is getting a phone call. Just don't know if he's interested. One of the things about recruiting in Oregon that makes it really easy is right now you're one phone call. You just got to call up Nike and say, hey, give us some money. And you can probably get your NIL deals done for whoever's around there. You've got a really good coach. You're playing great football. So there's not a lot that makes you want to go away unless you do want to come back to Texas. And that is something that I think that's a piece that you'd have to look for him, that he'd really want to come back and do that. I don't know if that's the case. We'll find out soon enough, I'm sure, because somewhere in next week's shows, we'll be talking about who they hired. But it is interesting to see that Stan Drayton's name is now out. We have to go to Samples as one and then see where else. And I haven't seen a ton of names that have been listed out there so far, but I think we'll get more over the weekend as well, as we'll start to get some of that stuff leak out as, basketball games happen and baseball and all the people are talking to all the people. And I think we'll start to see maybe a couple more names slip out over the weekend. But for you, was the Stan Drayton ever really on the radar? Or did you always think this was going to go to a new hire?
No, he was never on the radar for me. I think he's a great coach. Obviously what he did with Bijan and Roshan and Keontae Ingram was something special. But, I think you're right, man. Everything so far has been trending towards the younger coaches, Orphe, and that's another reason why I like Rashad Samples, is because he's like 30 years old and he really fits that mold. So, but no, I think that Drayton would have been an interesting name if Sark elected to go in that route. It's not something I would have been mad at. It's not something I think would have been a bad fit. But it just didn't seem like it was, that he fit all the criteria that Sark is looking for. So, there's that. But also, I think that there could be a name out there that we haven't even heard yet. And that's why maybe we're, we're still kicking the tires on the big name guys like Samples and Drayton before today and all those kinds of things. But good for him, man. He deserves it. He's a great coach. They have a heck of a running back room up there at Penn State. I think he's going to do great with. So I think that's going to be a great hire for them. And in terms of like retreading old hires as well, I've never been a big fan of that. Even if they come from a different staff and all those kinds of things. The Dwayne Akina thing. It's like, I mean, while we're at it, why don't we just bring back Greg Davis to run the offense? You know,
no, the least popular hire you'd ever make. I mean, that's how bad when like Charlie Strong was doing some things and that team was just getting worse and worse. And then they're like, man, we didn't realize how good we had it with Greg Davis. Like, I remember when we were flying planes over DKR with Fire Greg Davis off the back of the plane, of how much hate was against him running all those screens. So I'm with you though. The retread hires, I always got the concept of, you know, Dwayne Akina with all the guys now that he coached kind of being back with the program after their playing days. You get the nostalgia of it, but I think that can happen anyway in a few years if as an analyst or something like that. And for Stan Drayton, I just don't think he wanted to go back to, all right, well, best case scenario, I go there, and then now they were great without me. So now I'm going into a program that was kind of great they were great with me and then without me, and then I don't know if it gives me the clout I need where I can go into Penn State and help take those guys and get them into being first round draft picks and get those guys to that next level. And then maybe my name will be brought up to go back into being an associate head coach or, a head coach somewhere, offensive coordinator, something like that. That's kind of where I think the Stan Drayton, just take a different challenge too. Just, you don't necessarily want to keep doing the same thing. Go back into your old job, walk back in there. How's everybody doing? Y'all were fine without me? Running back still being great picks and still getting everybody drafted? All right. I think it could be that. I do want to mention something that we talked about. We were talking about recruiting Dallas and, trying to build those strangleholds and bringing guys in. And the name Jonte Cook, one of the things I got told a lot when Jonte Cook was off the team and, there was all the rumors of what happened, whether it was a falling out that Sark was too hard on him and he wasn't throwing him the ball enough and it was kind of more on Sark, or that he maybe had some disciplinary issues and that's why he wasn't getting the playing time. And that's why Sark was not happy with him, and whatever side you wanted to take on it. A lot of people were really, really worried that the Jonte Cook leaving this team could detrimentally affect Texas recruiting in the Dallas area, because it was so hard to get in there and get, your foothold back into Dallas, and especially DeSoto and those areas, that once you put in, and now once you've taken the star player from their area and basically not used him correctly and let him go. I think there was a lot of worry about that, but the report came out that he has now been arrested on February 4th on misdemeanor theft and interfering with public duties in Tarrant County. He has just now been arrested again for possession of marijuana of less than 2 ounces. It is not a lot of weed. So neither of these are crazy bad arrests. The theft, you don't know what that is. It could have not been something terribly bad, but it also shows a lack of judgment and a lack of restraint where if you're a star player, you need to make sure of those things. We also know that he left Texas, then he was going to go to Washington, and then pulled out of there after 17 days. Whatever happened, I don't know if he was promised something and it didn't come through in the first 17 days and he walked back out. I don't know if it was he didn't even visit them, and then when he did, it was too cold. I don't know. I don't know how you leave a team that you go to after 17 days, but he did, and he is falling now in this camp where I think everybody who was really worried about the look of what Sark having to let him go, the look of that in recruiting, now you can look back on it with different glasses and say, oh, no, everyone will fully understand this now. That, yes, there are some disciplinary issues. There are some reasons why this probably worked out the way it was. When you're trying to play for a national championship and you're at that level of a team, you cannot have distractions like this. You can't implement a guy into your game plan if you're not sure he's going to be ready to go every single Saturday and be at practice. So I think it's an interesting story. I feel bad for him. I hope he gets his stuff figured out. I really have no ill will towards Jonte Cook, so I hope he he figures his things out, gets back into a school again, gets to playing again, and gets to show what he can do because we know he's a really, really talented player. He just, didn't really have it this year. Felt like there was too much going on outside of it. I know it's tough to leave your home for the first time. It wouldn't surprise me at some point if he ends up with SMU. That would not fully surprise me because SMU has pretty big pocketbooks, and a lot of guys that leave Dallas and then transfer back to the Dallas area because they just, for whatever reason, are not, a lot of people get homesick when you go to college. And I think, that happens a lot of, SMU has got a really good team of Dallas players that are transfers back into the Dallas area. So that, I'm not saying anything other than that happens a lot. But it's an interesting piece that I don't, when it came out, you heard the word that, man, this could be bad for Texas recruiting. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think you're completely free and clear of any of that.
Yeah. So I feel like most of this will be bad for Texas recruiting stuff kind of came from rival fan bases. This kind of stuff happens at every program. It's not something that I ever thought that you would, be able to hold against Sark. I think that he knows the kind of guys that he's looking for. We kind of talked about this yesterday with the whole character versus talent thing.
Yeah.
I think he knows the kind of guys that he's looking for, and he believed in Jonte Cook that he could become one of those players. And I think that he just demonstrated that he could not handle what was going on here. Whatever it is, I don't know the exact reason for his exit from Texas. I don't know the exact reason for his exit from Washington, but they sound rather similar in that they're mutual agreements to part ways. I think generally what that means is that it's a way for the school to kind of try and save grace and be nice about it and not tarnish the player's name and try and give them another opportunity to go elsewhere. But I think it all falls on Jonte Cook. He had every opportunity to succeed in Austin. He had a great relationship with Arch Manning. His cousin Trey Wisner was on the roster. He had some things going for him, and he just couldn't figure it out. And as far as what's happened recently with his run-ins with the law, 2 arrests in 10 days. I don't care what it's for. That's not a good look. That's not going to help you find another opportunity at an SMU or a TCU until you can prove that you can be responsible and get your work done. It's really a shame because he's an excellent talent, but one of the mottos that I like to live by is it's not hard not to be an idiot. And there's no reason that you need to be driving around in I can't even remember where he was when he got arrested with the marijuana. Like, why do you have marijuana? You're trying to train and get yourself ready to find a new school so that you can get to back on the field and start producing so you can reach your dream with the NFL and create a life for yourself. Why are you driving around in North Texas with marijuana on a random Thursday?
Yeah.
Why are you?
Granted, that can be said for a lot of kids, but when you have that spotlight on you and you go, for most kids, this is something where, your parents might not even find out about it. And for him, he has to understand any of these things that happen, this is now detrimental to your future in a massive way that now every school, you have to answer this. If you're going to go to the NFL, just understand the first question has nothing to do with football. The first question you're getting asked, you can go back and look at the stuff about Jameis Winston. And Jameis Winston, we know you can play football. We get it. You're a good football player. We don't care about any of that. Are you going to screw up when you're here and cause us problems in the locker room? Are you going to screw up when you're here and not be available for games? Are you going to cost us money in PR? Are you going to, and those were the main, that's what he had to go through. And that's what, look, you look at what Des Bryant and his stuff wasn't really that bad. And we saw the questions they were asking him, which apparently you're not supposed to ask as many questions like that anymore. But we understand that, when you're a kid like that, you have to understand. And when the first one happens, you can't go back and be, hey, I know I was arrested a week ago and I'm still going out looking like an idiot. You had some NIL money. The same thing we tell athletes, have a buddy. Hey man, I'll pay and you drive. Hey, we're fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'll throw you a few bucks and you take the risk. and you'll probably not be as big of an idiot as I'm being right now because I have the money and I feel I can do it. So yeah, but again, I don't wish any ill will on John Cook. I really do hope he figures it out. I see Rodney says a Jesus school can save him. It's not even that. It's more along lines that they're in the Dallas area, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then they have a lot of money. And so you can bring in a 5-star talent. That's more along the lines. They're able to bring in top talents that maybe are cast-offs from the rest that would go to a normal, and I guess they're a Power 4 school now. But
yeah. Well, it's just it's so hard for me to believe that there isn't somebody in this kid's ear saying, "Don't do this." Like, stay straight-laced, keep your nose grinding, do the work.
Yeah.
You were just arrested 10 days ago. That should have been a wake-up call in and of itself. Now you're over here running around with who knows who, making mistakes. I mean, it's just a really bad look, and I feel like he's going to end up being one of these players. And I really hope this doesn't happen because I think has an opportunity to be a tremendous player. And every interaction that I had with him, which was only a handful when he was going through the recruiting stuff at like 7-on-7s and things like that, he's a lively guy. He's a joy to be around. He's always the life of the show. He's got a great personality, but he's going to end up falling into maybe even going to a community college team if this kind of stuff keeps up. And once you get there, it is so much harder to get back up into a power program as opposed to, just strapping your boots up, putting your nose to the grindstone and going to the coaches at SMU and being like, look, I can do this. I promise, and putting in the work. And I really hope that's what he does.
Yeah, I do too. And yeah, it is. I get, man, when I was 19 years old, I had people in my ear that were telling me the right things to do, and I didn't always listen.
Oh man, I was an idiot. I was such an idiot at that age.
Yeah, and when I first got into radio and first started doing stuff, you had people that tell you, hey, there's certain ways that'll help you out, and if you want to go do this, it's like, nah, man, I know what I'm doing. I'm special. And you take the hardest road and walk 10 more miles than everybody else and realize why you're a year later is because you're an idiot. So I hope he figures it out. But at the same point, the reason you bring it up and Roy put it on, Trey Wisner's a better rep for DeSoto than Jonte. You now figured it out, and it all worked in a weird, way that you get Jonte that helps you get Trey Wisner to come in, and then Trey Wisner becomes a huge piece for you, and he turns out to be this stellar character that is going to be somebody that you'll use to be able to keep that pipeline open to that area. So it all works out in the end. I just remember those stories, and then you see this come out, and you just go, no. I think we've officially can say this was not a Sark being the Sark at Alamo Bowl when the guy puts his hand on his chest to tell him to stand back, and Sark freaks out. I think there's people that often think that Sark is doing that behind the scenes more and has some anger issues. It did not feel like that for Jonte Cook when you see all this news. That it was just something that was kind of inevitable at a point, but hopefully he will get it all figured out. Let's go over, and I actually did want to mention a little bit too about, let me see. Why don't we hit a little break first so we can talk for a little bit longer? I want to get into some NFL talk real quick, some college to NFL, and get into Travis Hunter making a decision that I would say is a bad decision for him. Personally, I think it's a bad decision. I'd like to get your viewpoint on that, but he has made a decision about what he will be testing as at the combine. And then we'll also get into the Cowboys have set their coaching staff. I want to get Matt's take on that as well, of how he feels about the staff. A lot of first time at Dallas coach, a lot of no names in there. And if he feels this is a coaching staff that you can be proud of and that you want to see in there. We're going to take a quick break to listen to a few of our sponsors that keep us rolling here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's Open Gym, 4 to 6 p.m. right here. Myself, Patrick Davis, and Matt Galatzan.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about doing a renovation of a bathroom, the kitchen, maybe some extended outdoor space, you want someone who's going to bring you custom renovation. And that's what Mike McCall Custom Homes is all about. Been doing it at a high level in Austin for 40 years. Father-son team with tons of experience, and they care about the details. They care about bringing you custom work because they want you to refer them to your friends. So get over to McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the work. You can check out the work on social media as well at McCall Custom Homes. But you want, when it comes to your home, you want a trusted ally and someone who's going to bring value, added value to your home and a great living experience. And that's what McCall Custom Homes is all about.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
All right, back here on Open Gym, I want to get into, I could not fully get into the softball game. I'll get it in a second. We'll get on with Open Gym, continuing the show right here. My Chan says the ESPN guy got fresh with Sark. Yes, he did. He got fresh. It was a I'm sure there was a reason, something that happened in that Sark got a little upset with the
imagine you're trying to get hyped up for a game and get focused and get your players ready. And then there's this guy that's just like patting you on the chest, like, I'm a very level-headed guy. I would have gotten pissed off. So I can't imagine, a guy like Sark who's trying to win a football game, how he would react to that. So I
also know that I've been in a situation before where, you never know what happened before that. And the one that always gets me is that look of no respect. When you talk to somebody and you go, and you say something and you say something back to them and they just kind of blow you off. You're like, I just said something to your face. And I feel like maybe Sark had said something to him and the guy was like, yeah. And he's like, you don't get to yeah me. It's like, I know you work for ESPN. I'm the head coach of the Longhorns. You don't get to yeah me. You get to say yes, sir, or something like that, and kind of get him to be like, what are you saying? And then just ignoring what Sark's saying. He's like, no, I get you. You give me the cue, I'll go. And then he put his hand on. He's like, no. So not to relitigate something that happened several years ago, but it is always funny. It is always funny that I feel like people think of that Sark whenever anything happens, like the Jonte Cook stuff. People think, no, it was Sark just overreacting and he was being crazy. And maybe not. Maybe it was not always that. But we did get the news today that Travis Hunter, who is projected, could be the number 1 overall pick. We don't know yet. It kind of depends on who gets that pick. If someone trades for it, does it turn into a quarterback? Do the Titans go edge? Or is this something where you're able to go and just make your pick and just say, I want the best player available, and the best player available might be Travis Hunter. We know what he can do. He is one of the best DBs in the country and one of the best wide receivers in the country. The fact that he was not on the list for the Thorpe Award was embarrassing. I think that was silly that he was not on that list. It does. I don't want to take anything away. I think Jahdae Barry would have beaten him either way, but he should have been on the finalist list for that. So that was just the Thorpe Award being stupid. But he's one of the best in both of those positions. And so when you look at all that he can do, there's a simple part. He has now said that he will go into the combine testing as a cornerback. He will dress as a defensive back. And the reason why I will tell you why I think this is a bad idea for Travis Hunter is because if you look, at the highest paid defensive back. I believe there's 2 defensive backs that make over $20 million a year. And there's like 15 now wide receivers that make over $20 million a year. Something about that. I'm not sure the exact numbers, but there's a lot more wide receivers that make a lot more money. And I know he's going to play both positions. And I know he thinks that the world is not unfair. But every tight end in the NFL will tell you that the world is unfair. And when you try to go for your position and when you try and get your money, they're going to pay you. You said you were a DB at the combine. We're paying you like a DB. Well, I know, but I caught 15 touchdown passes last year. That's great. You're caught more touchdown passes than any other DB in the league. You're still a DB, though. Our franchise tag is for the DB. If we franchise tag you, you're a top 10 DB, not a wide receiver. And those semantics and whatever else in it, I don't like him giving the teams and all of that the little bit of leverage to screw him in the back end. And it feels like this is Travis Hunter to 100%, though, which is, what is the easiest path for you to get to here to here? You're clearly one of the best. You're gonna win. Well, what's the easiest path? And he goes, forget that. Give me the hardest path possible. Give me the one where I have to prove myself in these situations. I get it. I have respect for it at a point, but in a world of the NFL where we've seen too many times guys get stuck in situations where semantics matter and semantics are used to pay them less money and to give them less respect, it feels like he is going to put himself in a position where he's going to be put in, well, we'll use a wide receiver some, but we can go find another wide receiver. We really want you to be our DB1. And once you're our DB1 and you play 100% of the snaps at DB1 and 50% of the snaps at wide receiver, you're a DB. And we are paying you as a DB. And sure, you can sit and say, I'll walk away. And every other team will say, cool, we're going to pay you the DB. The market is this. We all know each other. All the owners sit in a room and we're agreeing. We're not going to let you take advantage of us and be the highest paid player in the NFL, the highest paid defensive player. We're going to make you paid as a defensive player as opposed to paid to wide receiver, where there's wide receivers too making more money than most cornerbacks are making. Don't be a cornerback. Be a wide receiver. I used to do a show with a great NFL, great college quarterback and a good DB, NFL DB. He told Travis Hunter the same thing. Rob Baber said, be a wide receiver. It is stupid to not go in as a wide receiver. You don't even have to play both ways. I know you want to be great, and you're gonna, but you don't even have to, and you will make more money than if you play DB and wide receiver. If you just play wide receiver, you will make more money than if you play wide receiver and DB. That is crazy to say, but that is the way the NFL works. And for Travis Hunter, I get it, man. You're trying to prove yourself, but at some point, someone needs to be in your ear and go, they're going to screw you over. I know you don't think they are. The same with his girlfriend right now. Everyone is in his ear telling him, she's going to screw you over, buddy. Just we all see it. We all see it. And maybe you love her and she loves you. But we've seen the red flags. And I feel like this falls into that category. Maybe you're right. Maybe everything you've done, signing with Dion, going to Colorado, not going to a bigger school, not taking, all those pieces, maybe all of that is right. And you just keep nailing it, man. And maybe because you're doing it more than I am. But at a certain point, it feels like you're going to get screwed on the back end on this one.
Yeah, the girlfriend thing, there's no way that he's winning that ever. That's going to blow up in his face at some point. That's an absolute disaster. But look, if somebody like Rod Babers, who has had the experience in all those things, is telling you to be a wide receiver, maybe you should be a wide receiver. I think that's pretty good advice. I mean, I know he didn't tell him directly, but I think he has a pretty good idea of what it takes in all the different things. Part of me wonders if Travis Hunter doesn't think that his body can handle being a number one wide receiver for a long period of time in the NFL, because he is on the smaller side, I feel like. I don't know his exact measurements. I'd have to look him up, but he's not a 6'3", 220-pound, X receiver.
No, and we'll get his exact measurements soon enough at the combine too. So
right. And I think if Xavier Worthy is able to do it for 1 year, that's great. They kind of strike me as a similar build in terms of just physically. Maybe Travis Hunter's a little bigger, but that's something that maybe he's considering. Maybe he thinks that he has a higher upside in the future at corner. Maybe, he's following in Deion's footsteps, and he really believes that, I'm going to make my bones in the NFL as a corner because that's where I feel like I'm going to end up being better and developing better and have a longer shelf life. But if you just look at the money, the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL is Justin Jefferson. He makes $35 million a year. The highest paid corner in the NFL is Jalen Ramsey. He makes $24 million a year.
Yeah, and I think it's him and then like Jair Alexander, like the two that make over 20 million. And there's just not a lot of quarterbacks that make over 20. I don't think it has anything to do with longevity. I think that's a good take. I mean, I it could be, but I think it's more that he wasn't on the Thorpe Award finalist list. I think if you look at ESPN's ranking of the players in the draft, he's the number one wide receiver, and he's upset that he's not the number one cornerback, which is not on the cornerback list, by the way. He's on the wide receiver list. He's not listed twice, but I think he wants him to make an exception and put him as the best wide receiver and the best cornerback in the draft. I think that there's just this competitive part in him that he has a sickness, and he's already been told he's the best wide receiver, so why do I got to prove anything there? I need to prove to you that I'm also the best cornerback in this draft, and I'm going to go prove that. And the fact they didn't put me – not only did I not win the Thorpe Award, I wasn't even a finalist for it. I want to shove that down everybody's throat and show you that I was the best DB in college football. I'm playing – because we also know he plays – like all of the snaps. He plays he's trying to be on the field every single play. And, even Deion talked about him saying that's probably not the best idea, that you shouldn't take every snap. You can't. No NFL coach is going to think that's smart. But I think every NFL owner will say, we'll let you out to play DB as much as you want, but you will always pay a higher percentage of DB than wide receiver so that we can pay you as a DB. And you'll be the highest paid DB. But the highest paid DB is 28 million. That's still under Justin Jefferson. And so that's still under like four or five guys now. So I think that I get it. I get the wanting to be a tough guy. I get all the love for wanting to prove yourself and that competitive sickness that has made him what he is. He's bet on himself so many times and he keeps winning, but it feels like he just has to do things the hard way. And this is one that, we talk about that somebody in your ear. Like, I get it. It doesn't matter. You're going to be you could suck at the combine measuring small and you're still a top 3 pick in this draft. You're going to be fine because everybody knows what you can do, but do not let them take away exponentially from you $60-70 million over the course of your career. What they could, and by the way, prices are going to keep going up. Contracts are going to keep going up. $100 million you could lose if you're paid as a DB instead of a wide receiver over the course of your career. The difference of being paid as the best wide receiver or the best DB. And I don't think he'll ever be the best wide receiver in the NFL either. I think could be the best DB in the league. I don't think he'd ever be the best wide receiver just because of size. That, it does help to have a bigger wingspan to just be able to go up and get those passes. You're in a league with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chases that are really, really, really good. So he may never be that, but he'll be he'll still be depending on when your contract up, making a ton of money. And so it just stuck out to me seeing it, that a lot of people are happy for him. I'm like, man, I'm just telling you, you're costing yourself a lot of money. If you really believe you're going to be this great in the NFL, you're costing yourself a lot of money.
And maybe he thinks that he's going to be able to reset the market somehow. And it's like an ego thing, if there's anybody who can tell you who's going to tell you that you're going to reset the market at a position and do something historic, it's probably Deion Sanders.
Yeah, sure.
So it wouldn't surprise me if Deion was whispering in his ear, like, do what I can never do and reset the market on corners and make them the highest paid defensive position or whatever. I think that. So I just looked it up. He's 6'1", 185 pounds. I'd be shocked if he is that size at the combine because he looks much smaller than that. But if I'm the Titans at number 1, I don't care what he measures at. I don't care what position he wants to play. I pick him. I think that he not only is he my number 1 player in the draft, but I don't think that there's any way that you can pass up a talent like that. I've always been a proponent of draft best player available over everything else. I don't care if you have, 3 edge rushers that you think are pretty good. If the best player on the board is Myles Garrett, you still take Myles Garrett and you figure out what to do with the other pieces. That's how you build a strong roster, is by competition at position. It's not just like, ooh, well, we really think that we need an edge rusher. But oh wait, Peyton Manning's on the board. But wait, we really need an edge rusher. Maybe we should pass on Peyton Manning. It's just like those kinds of decisions don't make sense to me. So I'm best player available.
I am. I will say, if I'm Tennessee, I probably use Vegas to try and convince the Giants to trade with me, and then I pick Travis Hunter.
Oh yeah, if you can still get a guy and get more draft capital, absolutely.
Because the good news is you're at 2 is Cleveland, and we know Dion has told Cleveland neither of my guys are going there. Like Travis and Shedeur are not going to Cleveland. It's not happening. Do not draft him, and if you do, we'll make your life a living hell. So which, I mean, Cleveland's kind of already in that world, but I think that 2 spot is safe for either one of those guys. So if you say, well, we'll trade to the Giants, and then also if Dion's running anything, that it'll be 1 would go Shedeur and 3 would go Travis Hunter, and he'd be thrilled and say, look, I got the number 1 and number 3 draft pick. I still think Cam Ward probably goes before Shedeur, just because of what we saw of a more mobile quarterback could do. And Shedeur is not really a mobile quarterback as much more of a pocket passer, wants to be much more of a pocket passer. So I think that they'll want a more mobile guy. But who knows? We haven't really gotten into too far. I think once we get past the combine, we'll start hearing those rumors a bit more. But yeah, it's an interesting world to see that he is not able to, that he is going to go as a cornerback. And I still, either wide receiver or cornerback, he's going to be a top 3 pick. Because I don't think he slides past that number 3 spot by the Giants. And maybe if Shedeur and Cam Ward go 1 and 3, he goes to 4. Maybe that's as far as he might go, and the Patriots would run over a building to get him. The Jaguars at 5 would run over a building to get him. So I think that, we understand he will not drop out of the top 5 because he's just too talented of a player. I do want to get into the Cowboys real quick as well. They just announced their coaching staff. They have finally gotten the release of their entire 2025 Dallas Cowboys assistant coaching staff. That is out there. If you want to follow at Calvin Watkins, I see that he put it out as well, but it's out in a couple places. What is your takeaway, Matt, from this coaching staff? Is there any names that stick out to you? Is there anybody that your surprise is on there? Anybody that you're worried about?
So obviously over our first 3 shows together, I've come off as a pretty big Cowboys hater. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, call it a Cowboys fan. That's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's not surprising based on the history they've had. I was not a fan of the Brian Schottenheimer hire at head coach. I would have rather them taken a risk with Deion Sanders or something like that than whatever their plan is with Schotty. But one thing I will give him credit for is he assembled a hell of a staff. I think it's a very impressive coaching staff from top to bottom. It's got a lot of upside. Like some of the names that popped out to me, Junior Adams is a wide receiver coach. Clayton Adams is the offensive coordinator. Connor Riley is the offensive line coach. The Clayton Adams and Connor Riley thing, both for me, are kind of a sign like, okay, we're going to try and run the football a lot. And Connor Riley also has the connection to Cooper Beebe at center. He's got the connection to Deuce Vaughn at running back, so he's going to know how to use those guys to the best of their ability. And I think that's pretty huge. And then on the and also I forgot to mention the hiring of or the bringing Lunda Wells back. Excuse me. He's one of the favorites in that locker room at tight ends coach, and they really like him. I think that was a very good move to bring him back. See, on the defensive side of the ball, I know not a lot of people were really, over the moon about the Matt Eberflus hire, a defensive coordinator. But, when he was in Indy as a defensive coordinator, I thought that he did a tremendous job. Maybe the head coaching thing wasn't for him, but he knows this organization. I think he's going to be able to do a pretty good job with the players they have in place, assuming they keep giving him some more talent. And I look, I love the Aaron White-Cotton hire as well at defensive line. You got to develop this pass rush, and you got to develop on the inside with stopping the run. And I think that he's going to be able to get the best out of that group. And then, one more name I'll mention too. Special teams is so important in the NFL and in college football as well. It's often overlooked by fans.
Can help win you a game and definitely lose you a game.
Yeah. So if you bring in a guy like Nick Sorensen, who's pretty revered across the league as a very good special teams guy that can get the best out of that unit, I think that's pretty key. Honestly, I think the worst hire they made all offseason was the head coach, which is kind of funny to say, but that's the Cowboys for you.
Yeah, and the only other part is realizing that they've kept their strength and conditioning team together, and that's I don't have a lot of love. I don't think anyone has a lot of love. The Cowboys don't have a lot of love, or the players don't, for that strength and conditioning team. The injuries seem to pile up every year, and I know you can't control all of that, but it does seem like there needs to be some changes. They've been ranked as a low training team in the polls they do every year, that the Cowboys players are not necessarily thrilled. I think that you see players talk about how different it is when they go to different teams. That's a thing that's constantly mentioned, is like, oh no, there's a big training staff and everybody's ready to attend to you, and you don't wait for things the same way. So when you see it's kind of more of the same there, that's one of those small things that when you talk about them bringing in a new coach and a new culture or new whatever, that's when I think when you see that change, that'll be something that you can look at and say, okay, they're really trying to go from the ground up, as opposed to, well, we're just going to change the scheme on game day. No, everything's changing. We have to wipe a lot of stuff clean. Like, I think if you brought in a Bill Belichick, that probably changes. If, there's certain, if you got a Pete Carroll, if you got one of those coaches, they're probably got some of their guys, at least one of their guys is coming in to be a part of it, that they know, and they go, no, he is the best in the world, and that's why I bring him everywhere.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's definitely a different dynamic with Schottenheimer than it would have been with a more established guy. But I think Schottenheimer kind of he got a couple of guys on his staff that he was very confident about. I love the Clayton Adams offensive coordinator hire. It's just, that is the kind of hire that I think is going to make the difference in what this team becomes over the long haul. I don't think it's Schottenheimer as much as it is establishing a culture of being a running football team that is going to hit you in the mouth and be physical. And I think that that's what Connor Riley and Clayton Adams bring. And I'm kind of excited to see it. I don't get excited about much Dallas Cowboys stuff these days, but the new offense and what it ends up looking like and those kinds of things are pretty exciting to me. And I think that Schottenheimer probably, without McCarthy in place anymore, is kind of going to be able to take what McCarthy did and his plan and sort of tweak and change a few things here that he thinks are going to be better in the long run. And maybe he can do it. I just, I would rather Dion be the head coach so that I can write about him a little bit more, because it's pretty fun.
There you go. Let's roll it into hour 2 here on Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, along with Matt Galatzan from the Texas Longhorns on SI. If you want to check out any of his stuff, keep you up to date with the Longhorns, keeping the show rolling along. We've already talked a lot of Texas football. I do want to get into some Texas basketball, both men's and women's, in hour 2 of the show, get into the little NBA All-Star Weekend preview, Texas baseball. And if we have a little bit of time, talk about the big race that was announced today, the big race. So we'll see if we get to that. By the way, I did get the softball game on. It is in the top of the 4th. Texas up 9-0. So
they're pretty good.
That Mike White has got that Texas softball team going strong. They are number 1 in the nation to start the season. So, but yes, 9-0 already there. Hopefully we'll see Texas baseball. We'll talk a little bit about it, but that's the worst part is they're playing at Globe Life, and they have not had good results there. So if they can change that, then Schlossnagel's changing everything. But we'll get into that in a little bit. I do want to get into Texas basketball. We'll start with the women because they played last night. They will play again on Sunday. But they go out playing Kentucky last night. This is a Kentucky team that we told you averages about 78 points per game. Texas holds team to about 60, 50-something, 55, 60 points a game. If you were getting it closer to that 55, 60, you feel better. They held Kentucky to 49 points. They found their way to control the game, and they controlled it the entire way. You can talk about the players who did well. Madison Booker, of course, has her 19 off the bench. Kyla Oldacre has a really good game. She gets a free throw line a lot, which becomes, we'll talk about in a second, goes 9 and 10 for the free throw line, puts up 19 points of her own. They out-rebound the Kentucky team 20-5 in offensive rebounds, just getting back on there. But your biggest piece is you kind of slow down everybody on the offensive end clearly. But Clara Strack, who was announced as one of the finalists for the best centers in women's basketball awards, she is there. She ends up playing 18 minutes. She's 0 for 1, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 2 blocks, 3 turnovers, 5 fouls, 0 points. She does not score in the game. They hold her to just doing nothing. They get her in foul trouble. They get her pushed around out of her own game. That right there is kind of Vic Schaefer basketball. We're going to pound you inside. We're going to get down to what we want to do, play physical. And if you try and hang with us and can't, you're going to have to go sit back down on the bench. And that's what they were able to do to Kentucky. This team is looking really good as they roll into a game against Kim Mulkey and the LSU Tigers. Flau'jae Johnson is one of the big names you need to know for LSU playing over the weekend. She's about 20 points a game, 6 rebounds a game. She's going to be going after you. And then Michaela Williams and Kaylin Gilbert both shoot above 36% from 3. So once again, now they held Texas great perimeter defense, did not let Kentucky get going from the 3-point land. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. They shot 3 of 15. Problem for Texas, they shot 1 for 12 from 3. So that's something as you get going further into the season, you're going to have to figure out a way to hit a couple of those threes for Texas, but they were able to get it going against Kentucky and being able to get a good win there. But you see that, Anisha Morrow is probably your only other piece, but she's not that big. I think she's like 6'1", 14 rebounds a game and 18 points, but she's 6'1", and Texas has the size inside. I think that this is a game against LSU. Even though they're ranked number 5, they're a very good team. It feels like a good matchup for Texas. So this feels like it should be another matchup where Texas has advantage in the right areas. You can play that perimeter defense, and then you're just going to take the ball and pound it inside for Texas women's basketball. Go pick up another big win. And it's always fun as Texas. Kim Mulkey, you have that extra point because she just dominated for so long at Baylor. Mm-hmm. And that's one of those reasons you can't get Scott Drew out of Baylor now, because Kim Mulkey kind of had a stranglehold there. And then as soon as she left, he was like, it is now my school. There's no more Kim Mulkey. I get, they gave me one of her 7 closets that I can go into and use. So, there's just all the years that Texas and Baylor, and Texas couldn't get over that hump at Baylor. Now you kind of are in a position with Vic Schaefer that she's at LSU and they're still really good. They've only lost 1 game this season, this LSU team, and it was to a South Carolina team that Texas just beat. South Carolina beats everybody, but Texas got a win over them. And so it's going to be a good matchup. It'll be a lot of fun, but I feel like this should be another one that Vic Schaefer and the Texas women's basketball team is going to be able to come out victorious on.
Yeah. They've got 3 ranked wins in a row. They ended the 50-whatever game winning streak for South Carolina. They just dominated Kentucky. There's no reason to think that they won't be able to keep that momentum rolling. I mean, you could consider them arguably the hottest team in women's college basketball right now.
Yeah.
So ride the wave, ride the momentum. The size advantage is going to be a big deal, I think. In the men's game, it can be a big difference maker. In the women's games, if you have a dominant hold over the paint, it's a lot harder to score.
It's a lot harder to rebound. Again, Texas against Kentucky, 20 offensive rebounds. I mean, that's it's hard to win when they're getting 20 second chances. That's just a lot.
Yeah, and I think that in the women's game, one of the things that makes it so different from the men's game is I think that size advantages and athleticism and those kinds of things play a much bigger role. It's not that they don't play a big role in the men's game, but I think they play a much bigger role in the women's game because it's fewer and far between. You're not always going to find a Brittany Griner at every school that's 6 whatever and blocking every shot. It's just not as common.
No, it's like how 7-footers were before, like David Robinson, where you didn't have 7-footers that could run. And every 7-footer was just this clunky big guy you put in the post, and they played defense. They didn't play offense. They didn't really do much. Yeah, look, but that was the deal. That was kind of what 7-footers were a lot, especially in college basketball. And it feels like, in women's game, now you're getting more into 6'5", 6'6" women that are really coordinated, playing good under the basket, can run up and down, can handle the ball a little bit more. And you can look at Angel Reese, and Angel Reese does a lot of things. She rebounds her own shots a lot. And so if you have somebody that goes, it takes me 6 times to get it in, but I get 6 shots every time, still counts the same. It's hilarious because the stats should look different, but it is.
Those should not count as rebounds, in my opinion. But
you get one a series. You get 6 of them in a row. So that is definitely something. Let's go over to the men's side of it, and the men going to be playing this Saturday against Kentucky. Now they go up against a Kentucky team that is also not playing great basketball. They did just beat Tennessee. They had a really good game against Tennessee, a good matchup against Tennessee. And I can tell you what happened in that game may sound familiar to Texas fans because it's what Texas has done for years and years when they had Rick Barnes, what they're doing right now with Rodney Terry. They shot 3 of 18 from 3, couldn't get going offensively, and they lose 64-75. So they end up losing because they're not able to put up the points. They just don't shoot very well in that game. They don't rebound. They out-rebound them. They play tougher basketball, but they just allowed too many threes. They also allowed Kentucky to shoot 50% from 3. They go 12 for 24. So if you say you're allowing a bunch of threes and not hitting any, I get there's points in it where it's going to be tough. And that tonight is, are they able to go against this Kentucky team and fix some of the problems they had against a better Alabama team? Alabama is a better team than Kentucky is. But at the same part, are you able to fix those pieces? And it's a little bit interesting because you'd see is against BYU, you kind of had to run with them. If you got stuck in an half-court offense, it was going to be a problem. That's not necessarily the case against Kentucky. Teams have done well to slow the pace down on them, take them out of their rhythm, beat them up in the post. They're not a very physical team. Alabama will be physical with you. Kentucky's not as physical, though. They're going to be hoping for getting some of the calls. And so this is a game for RT and this Texas team that you really want to use your home court advantage. Kentucky shoots worse on the road. Kentucky doesn't play physical as much. If you can get those things going for you, that you're able to dictate the offense, I think you have a real shot in this game. Vegas has them as 1.5-point favorites. I don't get it. I don't get why Texas keeps getting this, but this is a place that I feel Texas has a real shot in this game. They're a good team. Otega Owe is a good player. They're probably going to be without Jackson Robinson and Lamont Butler. They're both out there. They're the second and third leading scorer for Kentucky, so they're kind of beat up. It gives you a chance to be open, but is this a Texas team that can guard the three-pointer? Cody Bray is a great shooter. They've got another one, Al Manoir. Both shoot around 45% from 3. That will kill Texas if they let him kill it.
Pretty good.
They do have a couple big guys. They've got Amari Williams, which is 7-footer, pretty decent big man. Not great, but decent, but also not an American big man. You get Garrison also there. That was a guy that Texas was trying to look at, who's 6'11", but he's barely playing either. So, they may use it a little bit, but they want to run a little bit faster. You're going to see a lot of ball movement from this Kentucky team. If you remember playing BYU last year, it's the same coach and Mark Pope. So you'll see a lot of passing. That has been a problem for Texas at points. That Texas sometimes gets lost in that and moves around and tries to chase the ball a little bit, especially some of their younger guys. Like you may see a Pryor chase the ball, or Trey Johnson gets sucked into it sometimes and chases the ball around and leaves a guy wide open. You cannot do that for a couple of their shooters. You've got to stay on their 3-point shooters. You want to make them 3-point shooters, but contested. You have to be contested. And it's like Otega, you want to shoot threes. Basically, everybody else, you want to take them to the basket. And so you have to be ready for this game. It's going to be an interesting one to see if they're able to pull it out. And Arthur Kaluma is just a big question mark we all have to look at. The injury report will come out tonight at, I think, 7 is when we get the first injury report. Pryor, you'd like to see get in this game as well. But where is Kaluma on that injury report? If he's going to play, I think Texas has a really, really good shot in this game. If he doesn't, it becomes more difficult because then you're relying on a Tremont Mark to be your secondary scorer or a Jordan Pope to be your secondary scorer. And I don't know. Jason Kent, I'm not expecting to have another performance like he did. I think it's great he's there, but I can't expect that from him every game. So I need an Arthur Kaluma to come back in this game and be physical. I need Ken Shedrick to stay out of foul trouble. It's a winnable game, but it is backs against the wall. And there's reasons why I think Texas can be okay, especially if they win this, they're fine. But I mean, is this a game for you that's winnable, or is this a maybe everything's just going so wrong right now it won't?
So I had a feeling you were going to ask me that question before the show when I looked at our little sheet, but I'm kind of going back and forth on it. I do think it's a winnable game. Like on paper, their second and third leading scorer are both out.
Yeah, most likely. We don't know for sure, but I think
most likely
he doesn't expect him to play. I get in this type of game, you can lose it if you're Kentucky as well. So you'd rather lose the road game and then win the home game.
Yeah. So if both of those guys are out, then you absolutely have a winnable game here. If they're out and Kaluma plays, that's even better. I think it kind of hinges to me on whether or not Kaluma can go. Because like you mentioned, I don't think Jason Kent's going to do that again. I still don't have a lot of faith in Tremont Mark with the way he's been shooting and his injuries, kind of throwing things off and those kinds of things. Also anytime you have a player like Trey Johnson, you can win any game.
You can. So, he needs help. I mean, he's not
absolutely
putting up 50 a game. But yeah, he's going to be able to score in this game. I think he'll be able to be, use his size a little bit in this game as well. But it seems like if Arthur Kaluma is out, it just takes a lot because Arthur Kaluma can be physical in the post. He's someone that you feel confident throwing the ball down to and letting him go to work. You feel much more confident in that Arthur Kaluma than probably any other player on this team right now because Trey Johnson's not going to go in and push you around in the post. Tremont Mark should have that game a little bit more, especially if he's hurting right now. Get into a game where you can get a little bit closer to shots instead of just shooting threes and trying to hit these runners. Get something that's a little bit easier for you, but it's not really in his playbook, so he's probably not going to do it that much. So you really feel like you need that Kaluma. But I want to bring up this interesting point, or I'll say it's interesting. It's my point, so it's I saw that Joe Lunardi put out his new bubble bracket, right? Or his new projections of his bracketology. And he has Texas as the last four getting a bye still. He does not have them on. So they're on the bubble, but they're not on the last four out. They're not in that, playing their first games, and they're not having to play in the play-in games. They're in the first four with byes. And it brings up the point of why Texas has a little bit of advantage of getting into the tournament. If you're right on that edge, and now that still requires you. I mean, if you win this, it helps you out a ton. But then also, if you can win the games you're supposed to win down the stretch, and you can go into the SEC tournament 4 straight wins, and then win a couple in the tournament, and you go, well, we won 6 out of our last 7, or something to that effect. Then the tournament will go. This is what they can look at. You know what people love in the NCAA tournament? You know what sells more than anything? Big schools getting beat. People love to watch big schools get knocked off in the first round and create Cinderellas. And they may not win 2 or 3 games, but man, that first game, and Texas is prime to get knocked out in the first round by a team that is not necessarily as big. And now you get the name of Texas for the next game too, because come watch a team that beat that Texas team you hate. And now you love them because you hate Texas and you go watch them. So I think Texas gets a little benefit added in making the tournament solely on the fact that even if they think this Texas team is not going to be great, we can get an upset out of them. And they're just good enough that we can justify putting them in. And then when they lose, it'll be that much sweeter for everyone across the country. So I think they have a benefit that some of these other teams don't have because they aren't the household names that sell when you're trying to sell all of these games in March Madness. It's not so much that they need Texas to pull ratings for March Madness. You'll get that no matter what. It's that they like the thought that Texas may lose in the first round and somebody small may knock them off. And so you can put them in a matchup against, Northern Illinois and have them get knocked off, and everyone will freak out and make it big news. I think that's why Texas is going to get an edge to make that last little teams. Now they can't go 3-3 on their last few games. They can't do that, because once you do that, you're no longer, now they can't justify it anymore. But if you're able to just be good enough, and this starts, if you can win this game, okay, now they have another win over a ranked team. They got one more win over a ranked team. And if Mississippi State can stay ranked till the end, or one more of the SEC team just climbs in, oh man, you can get 2 more ranked wins. And even though they're not great teams, and no one's going to look back and say, well, 2 of their top 3 scorers were out of that game. Say, no, doesn't matter. We're saying that Texas beat ranked teams. I think the storylines line up for Texas to make the tournament, even if they're maybe not one of the 64 or 68 best teams in the country. I think that they may, and they'll be still, I know in this, like I said, they're not one of the 40 or whatever, because there's the automatic bids and all that. But if they're not one of those teams, they may still be able to creep into it solely on the fact that the committee and the TV networks who really run a lot of this stuff may love having Texas be available. And if Texas doesn't and they win, great. We have Texas playing in the second weekend, and we've got a big name we can sell. And if they lose, we can sell on the back of them losing. We can make this work either way. And so I think that there may be a little boost for Texas based solely in the fact that they are Texas.
Yeah, and I think you're totally right about that. I think that maybe plays a role in their college football playoff seeding at some point, either in the future. Yeah. But in terms of the tournament, I think you have to win tonight to make that a real possibility, because I'm not saying that it's not possible for Texas to get in if they lose tonight and win their next 4 games. It's that I don't know that they can lose tonight and win those next 4 games. I think if they lose tonight, it's such a gut punch. You feel like your backs are against the wall, and your 2 best opportunities you've blown. You're like, what, 4-6 or sorry, 2-6, and you're on, I don't even remember they're on a losing streak pretty much. Yeah. And they're not playing their best basketball, and it just really is hard to see them come together and win the games they have to win after this one to make the tournament and make the SEC tournament. If you don't win this one, if they win this one, you can build some momentum, and you can go win 3 out of the next 4, and then you can go into the SEC tournament. You can win a game or 2, hopefully 3, and you can make your case that way. I feel like that, and that's what, when we were doing the crosstalk with Chip and Zay, that's kind of what I was hinting at is if they lose tonight, I think the whole thing just comes unraveled, and that they really, really struggle down the stretch.
No, and I can see that too. I mean, if this again, when you're basketball is not tonight, Roy. Basketball is tomorrow. The injury report will be released tonight. If I say tonight, that is solely because my brain doesn't work well.
It's Friday.
No, basketball. It is Friday. Basketball is tomorrow night. Women's basketball is Sunday. We get baseball tonight. Too many words. They all sound alike. I could get there, but yes, Roy, you're right. Basketball is tomorrow night against Kentucky. But yeah, Texas is a 1.5 point favorite. Vegas has Texas winning this game. I think the home court advantage, it really depends on if you're able to play physical, if you're able to get into that game and get, not have Caden Shedrick be in foul trouble. I know and what's funny about that Alabama game too, he was playing pretty phisically, but he was doing a really good job of not getting in foul trouble. And then there was some play in the middle where he did textbook up and down, and they call the foul. And they've been letting him get away with other stuff, and they call that one. Just go, why? Wait, how do we let everything else go that's been happening on both ends of the court, both ends? And then this one suddenly gets a call. And I'm guessing it was because it was really wide open, but it was also a bad call. If they can let him not get in foul trouble, he can play physical. And you get Arthur Kaluma back, they have a really good chance in this game. They're not that far off of being a decent team, but you got to hit some of these threes. You just got to start hitting some of these threes. And that, at the end of the day, it really will come down to, are you shooting, and Trey Johnson's leading that. If Trey Johnson shoots 40-50% from 3, I think other people's threes will start going down a little bit better. And Trey's not that far off. Tremont Mark's pretty far off. He's not feel like that just feels like it's broken right now. But if some other guys, if Jason Kent continue to hit them, if Jordan Pope can get going, then all of a sudden it changes the complexion of what this team does offensively. And 12 points difference in a game changes the Texas season dramatically. So 4 more threes a game dramatically changes how this season goes. But they've got to figure that going out in the next few weeks. All right, why don't we hit a second break here for us, get us going to a little talk, because we're going to get into NBA All-Star talk. I want to join in with you guys on the chat and on the text line, 512-222-9328, and also there in the chat on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch and X, about what you guys – I don't just want to – I know that nobody cares. I know that is a very small, but what your favorite part is, what you would change about it All-Star weekend for the NBA, how to make it back when we used to care more, at least about All-Star Saturday night. That feels like it's completely fallen off now, and people are not as intrigued in that as well. And I have reasons, I've thoughts about that as well we can get into, but I want to know what you guys are thinking in the comments and the chat as well about the All-Star weekend as well, because we'll get into that. We'll see if we have time to get into the great race story that is coming up. And then also, before we get out of here, we'll talk a little bit of Texas baseball as they are starting their season later tonight. And make sure you get your logged in and pay your $20 to go watch again tonight for Flow Sports. But or you can listen to the broadcast as well and go on TexasSports.com. I think you can listen to the game up there. We'll probably hear Craig Way up there. We do win an award. Shout out to Craig Way. Win another award today. Always good to see Craig Way get rewarded for his work. But we're going to take a quick word from our sponsors. We'll be back. We'll talk some NBA All-Star Weekend here on Open Gym. Want to hear from you guys coming back here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
All right, rolling back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Want to get into some basketball talk and a little talk about the All-Star Weekend, and also want to bring up, because I just realized, I remembered, they announced the Hall of Fame finalists for the National Basketball Hall of Fame. That was announced just a few minutes ago. So the names that are out on that list for anybody who's here: Carmelo Anthony, who will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. The NBA Hall of Fame, by the way, I agree with the most. I think this is a Hall of Fame that gets that it's about just celebrating the people who made it. It is not caught up into the world of, did you meet some fake line that changes constantly, and we put in people that we like even though they don't, but people we don't like who did, we don't get in because it's about the writers. I think the Basketball Hall of Fame makes it a place where it's prestigious, but it's not as prestigious as far as baseball or NFL. The top guys. They make the list of the top 75 of all time. They make those other lists that are the really prestigious ones, and then they let everybody be in the Hall of Fame so you can go see the players and get interested about it. But your finalists are Carmelo Anthony, Sylvia Fowler, Billy Donovan, the coach there, Jerry Welch as a coach, Tal Brody as a contributor, Maya Moore, Dwight Howard, Sue Bird, and Mickey Arison are your ones. So maybe Dwight Howard. I don't know if Dwight Howard. It feels like Dwight Howard still wants to be playing.
He's a weird dude.
He still wants to be playing. I don't know if he's going to get in first ballot solely on the fact of his antics off the court. He'll be a Hall of Famer because it's just most guys are.
At some point.
At some point he'll get in. Carmelo will be a first ballot. Billy Donovan's an interesting one for his time in college basketball more than pro, probably. That he'll probably get into it. But there's your list. That is the beginning of NBA All-Star Weekend to get the things rolling, get things going, and start off our schedule of NBA All-Star Weekend. And let me pull up here our schedule for our NBA All-Star Weekend as we get going. Now we get started on Friday. We always get the celebrity game that comes out at 6:00. If you ever watch the celebrity game, there's a lot of, if you like any of those San Francisco, Oakland teams, there will be some of the celebrities from that. I think Jerry Rice is in it. They're interesting. It always, they make me feel old because you go in and then half of the guys I've never heard of, and then they say what they do, and I don't even know what the thing that they're famous for is anymore. So that'll be that game. It's usually you just want to watch people that think they're good at basketball and they talk a big game, and then they come out and they like line up at the 3-point line and then don't hit rim. Like, oh man, come on, man. You can't be doing that. Then we get the Rising Stars Challenge tonight, which will be a lot of fun. I like the new format they did for Rising Stars last year. You still got to see, there still is always going to be, especially with the American guys, there's a group of players, there'll always be players who are too cool to do it, man. I can't try. If I try, I look uncool. And you're like, man, just go win the game. Last year, I remember Wemby was on this game, and he got pissed because he wanted to win. He's a competitive guy. And guys on his team were just kind of dribbling the ball up to their shoulders and throwing bad passes and jacking up threes from half court. It's like, what are you doing? Like, why do we play basketball if you don't want to win? I don't get the kind, like a guy like Wemby is just competitive and doesn't get it. And now there's just guys that don't want to, they feel it'll make them look uncool if they try in these games. And so we'll see. The G League guys don't normally do that. The G League team that plays in the Rising Stars, there's basically 4 teams. You get matches of 2. One of them, there's 3 Rising Stars, 24 players cut into 8-player teams, and then a G League team that comes in and plays. They play to 40 in those first 2 games, and then the third game is the 2 winners. They play for 20. They play to 25. But it's an interesting one. You get to see a lot of the young players in the NBA. Steph Castle from the Spurs will be involved in those games as well. So you'll be able to watch Steph Castle in those. Steph Castle also going to be on All-Star Saturday night when you get into it. He will be in the Slam Dunk Contest. There's also the Kia Skills Challenge and the Starry 3-Point Contest, which feels like it kind of took over this highlight of the night. Your teams in the Skills Challenge is Team Cavs with Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley. Your Team Rooks with Reece Shea and Alex Sarr. Team Spurs, Chris Paul and Victor Wembanyama will be doing that one. That'll be fun to watch. And Draymond Green and Moses Moody for Team Warriors, since they're in San Francisco. They will be having a Team Warriors. We get to the 3-point contest. Jalen Brunson, Cade Cunningham, Darius Garland, Tyler Hero, Buddy Hield, Cam Johnson, Damian Moore, Norman Powell. A little bit more star power in that one, but not a ton. And then the Slam Dunk Contest. These are the names of the Slam Dunk Contest.
I can't wait for this.
The kid, rookie for the Bulls. Andre Jackson Jr. for the Bucks. Mac McClung, who won it last year, the G League kid, played at Texas Tech, and I'll never forget Mac McClung. When Texas played Texas Tech, it was at the Irwin Center during COVID, and I was up, Me and Craig and Eddie Oren are in a suite, and I'm running the sound for him, and we're in a suite up, and there's no one in the Irwin Center. But the staff who's running it, the TV and everything, we're up in suites. So we're far enough away at the top of the bottom level. And we had to run a cable down to do a coach's interview. So we had like one cable running down all the stairs. And I had to go down there and set it up and go back up to our suite. But we were doing it. And at the end of that game, Mac McClung helps Texas Tech beat Texas. You're annoyed. And then they do the interview with him post game. ESPN, I think, was airing it. So ESPN does the post game interview. And then when he ran off, he did the Home Alone run. The Home Alone, use your full arms run off like a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
He did that run to the locker room after he'd done the interview. And it was the most infuriating thing. Guy be that much of a kid that just beat your team, and you just see him run back. That will always be ingrained of what I think of Mac McClung is that little Home Alone run back to the locker room. No one in an empty arena because it was during COVID. So no one else. I was telling other people, I'm like, no one saw this. Like the people that were working saw it. There was no one else in the building. That was always an interesting one. And then Steph Castle, who is your current leader in Vegas to win the Rookie of the Year award. Spurs right now, favored right now to win back-to-back Rookie of the Years. Victor winning it last year, Steph Castle. I'll be interested to see. He's a good player. Played for a national championship last year. Not the name that I think everybody wants to see in these slam dunk contests. But yeah, they got young guys who are willing to do it. And it's the same format as it's been. It's just not. They do the 2 dunks. So there's always one person who really sucks. I'm hoping it's not Steph Castle, but there's always one person who really sucks. And then the judges, it takes them like 5 dunks to figure it out of how the judging works because they'll just give everybody a 10. So that I still feel it feels like All-Star Saturday Night has lost a little bit of that luster. That I don't know how you get it back because you can't really entice the players to do it. I think the fact that LeBron didn't do it kind of really hurt it because it made it so it was not a pat. Like it's no longer the way you have to do it. To where Anthony Edwards would have had to do it, and you make sure I don't know who else would be the big guy. Of a guy who could jump out of the gym and be somebody. But those type of players, LeBron was the first to never do it. And if he would have, I think you could have kept that. This is part of what you have to do to be the guy in the NBA. So that's one of the worst things LeBron's done in his career. It's up there, helping kill it. We get that. And then on Sunday, we get the actual All-Star. They're doing the same format for Rising Stars. They're doing that with the NBA this year. So that'll be interesting. 4 teams. You will get 3 All-Star teams, Kenny's Young Stars, Chuck's Global Stars, Shaq's OGs. The roster constructions are ridiculous and out of it. I think Charles has like a bunch of skinny guys, but that's like 5-7 footers or something on the team. And it's just all the old school guys are all on Shaq's team. And then whoever wins the Rising Stars plays in there too. And then they do the same format. But this is what I'd said last year when we were talking about trying to figure out a way to make it better. It was, you need to put the Rising Stars in with it. And you need to find a way to make these guys play against guys that will kind of pull their punk card. And if all of a sudden you're getting beat by 21-year-old, 22-year-olds, and you're Steph Curry and LeBron, and maybe you might try a little bit. And maybe they'll blow them out and they'll both try. But at least we'll see somebody trying at that point. Versus what we have been seeing of nobody trying at all. They're going to 40 now, so it'll be probably both teams will get to like 20, and then we'll maybe see them push it and start to go, or maybe it's last 10. But it'll be interesting to see if that changes the format. Matt, are you an All-Star Weekend watcher? Is there anything that actually stands out to you, or is this basically, I'll watch the highlights later on. I don't care.
I'm not even going to watch the highlights, bro. I used to be a really big fan of this game back in the day. I still remember the 92 All-Star game. I was like 5 years old, and like Magic coming back from his whole thing and hitting the game winner, and Michael Jordan and Clyde Drexler and Akeem Olajuwon and David, like all these guys. And that was back in the day when the dunk contest still meant something. The 3-point
Yep.
contest still meant something. And this is like, I don't want to put it all on LeBron's shoulders because I think that it started to descend before all that happened. But he certainly played a big role in the entirety of the All-Star game. Or the whole All-Star weekend just taking a tank
and
because
I'll give LeBron. I think it was that entire class. I think that Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, LeBron James, that class that was so dominant. I think all of them basically got together and said, well, we're not going to try. And if you have 4 factor guys that are making the All-Star team every single year, collectively saying we're not going to try, it becomes a problem.
Yeah, and the dunk contest used to be at least the way I remember it, it used to be the draw every week, every
100%.
year because Michael Jordan going against Dominique Wilkins, going against, Tony Dumas, like all these ridiculous dunkers, but you had superstars doing it. And with LeBron not doing it, it just kind of signified to everybody else, kind of like you were hinting at, like, oh, I don't need to do this. This isn't a rite of passage anymore. This Vince Carter that's one of the reasons he became a star. I mean, he's a really good player also.
But he was in Toronto.
But that's what put him on the map, like the NBA landscape, was his ridiculous dunks and in the dunk contest. And I hate that because I used to love it. I had these videotapes when I was growing up that were like, dazzling dunks and basketball bloopers and all those kinds of different videotapes.
Yeah.
And they just show highlights from the dunk contest. Like I used to get so into it. Now I don't even know who any of these guys are that are playing in it outside of.
No, I know. And I think,
San
and as
Antonio.
much as I think it's LeBron, I think there's also something to be said of Blake Griffin's and Zach LaVine's and Aaron Gordon's, who are so good in it and supposed to be next up and coming star players, who all didn't quite reach it, who were all just under that level of being a superstar. And Blake Griffin was the closest, but the Clippers could never win a championship. And so all those guys, everyone thought, well, they're going to make it. They're going to be the next guy that's, MJ. They're going to be the next Dominique Wilkins. They're going to be that. And they never quite got there. They never quite got to that level. And so it meant now, well, the guys who were doing it, they were the rising stars, but now they're all stars maybe, but they're not all NBA team guys. And I think that somewhat took the cloud off it, that you weren't able to say, remember when you weren't at All-Star Weekend showing Zach LaVine in the All-Star game or in the slam dunk contest highlights. You weren't remember when this young guy did it. And that, I think, also kind of went into it. Dwight Howard is another example of that guy, supposed to be an MVP level player, didn't quite get there. And it feels like, but that's another good pull, Joe. That's another guy that was like, they're really good players, but you just didn't get the superstars. So the good players. And so now no one wants to touch it because it feels like, okay, well, now it's a curse that I'm going to not be able to get to the MVP level. So now I'm going to step away from it. And now we just get guys that are in the first couple of years of playing. It was a thing. Then the 3-point contest got really star-studded a little bit. But that one is backing off. I'm just curious. I think now it comes into in the All-Star game, at least, are we going to be able to see it go? I mean, back it was like, if you go back, NBA.com or NBA TV or whatever it was, had all the All-Star games on. I don't know if they still do, but you go back and I watched a bunch of old All-Star games. And, back in the 80s, they were a bit more competitive, but in the 90s, it would be a thing where there'd be moments in the game where you get one-on-ones and stuff, and the whole crowd would go, ooh, and then you'd watch it, it'd be fun. But then it was basically the fourth quarter, we're playing basketball. In the fourth quarter, we play basketball. And at some point in the early 2000s, mid-2000s, that went away. And it was like, I just remember watching the game and so they're about to turn it on, right? Game's over. And I think it was a game that was like, it was just so far out of reach that they didn't Harlem Globetrotters it up enough and realize it's kind of a work and let the other team put up some so you can have that fourth quarter. They were up like 35 going into the fourth quarter. And you're like, well, now it's not a game. So you ruined the one fun part about it. And it felt like just that happened once or twice. And now it's completely landslided into, well, you don't try in the fourth quarter anymore. And I think you may be onto something, maybe that draft class of guys that were so influential in the league and they kind of set the trend. We don't care, but it's disappointing because you want to highlight the NBA. I think did their best week ever was going into the Super Bowl this week. There was a Super Bowl or a couple weeks ago, going into the Super Bowl in a week where the NFL owns everything. They made it about the NBA. They did what the NFL does to everyone else and say, oh, you got your big event? Cool. Here's a big bombshell news story. And they were able to take the trade deadline, make big trades, have the Luka story, and take focus away from the NFL on Super Bowl week. That was great for them. But now it's your All-Star weekend. You're supposed to showcase these things. And it feels like all that shine that you got that last week is all gone now. Everyone is looking at this saying this is going to be a boring week. Too bad there's nothing to care about. I'm really, really curious to see how this new format works. Because if this works, then it'll be a lot of fun. If the Rising Stars part, if you're able to showcase some young talent against other guys, by the way, Wemby has to win the Rising Stars this year. I don't care how much you got to fix it. It would be hilarious. All right, Steph Castle's winning. I don't think he's playing Rising Stars, but you see Wemby. I want to see Wemby in those points play against those other guys. You just want to see those fun parts happen to be able to see a matchup like that. That seems more fun to me than anything.
Yeah, so I think that the NBA All-Star Game is just one of the many All-Star games that has kind of taken a nosedive. Obviously, we've seen what's happened with the Pro Bowl. I think that one of the ways you could fix it potentially, and I don't know how this would work. I'm not running the NBA. I don't know all the logistics of how this could possibly work or anything like that. But just off the top of my head, make it more like the MLB All-Star Game. I don't know how that used to be. I don't know if it's still this way, but make it mean something. Give some sort of advantage to whichever conference wins. Stop with the TV celebrities doing a fantasy draft with their teams and or Captain Kevin Durant and Captain LeBron James picking their teams. I don't care about any of that stuff. I just want to see the best game. And
that's, I think, the thing is, what can you do? Because the home court advantage thing sucks. I hated that in baseball. The winning team gets home court advantage or home field advantage. I just never liked that because the feeling of it always was, well, your regular season doesn't matter anymore. You got regular season, but just because you were better than them and you deserve this, because the rest of the All-Stars underperformed, you don't get it. So I didn't like that. I feel like there should be something, though, to make you care. And it was just, it only affected one team. It was a problem. It's it has to be something that affects everybody. And if you make it something where it's no, this really only is going to affect literally one team, and one team may get an advantage out of it. So it may help you out even though you don't deserve it. So I'm with you though. I think there's something, if you could put something into it, I'm sure that I just don't know what it is. And I'm sure they've tried to think about it as well to try and find that incentive.
Yeah.
To make you care a little bit more as a player and get you something in there. I don't know what it would be, but I'm hoping that they figure something out this year and get them to care a little bit, at least in the 240 format. If you get it and you make it and it's, let's go make a run. Let's try now. We're down by 5. Let's go and try and get back up. I think you can make that work a little bit more. I think there is a little bit more pride on guys like Anthony Edwards. And there's a few more guys that are younger. Trae Young might be one of those guys, in the league that are getting a little bit. Wemby is going to be one of those guys that are screw you. My name's not up there. I think some of these young guys that are a little annoyed with the Steph Currys and LeBron James and Kevin Durant still being the face of the league, some of those might enjoy going to play against those guys and showing what they can do. And that's why it's fun that they have a team that's the OGs. I think the other one we keep hearing of, the idea to make it better, is doing USA versus the world. But I just don't. I think they'd still just not care. I think that would be both of them when there's no pride in the world. There's pride, you know what I mean? There's pride in your country, but there's not pride in we're not American. I don't know if that pride works the same way for the other team. And if Luka and Jokic don't care, then all of a sudden that team seems way less good, because you're talking about 2 of the top 3 players in the NBA. And Giannis, if those 3 get together and they all go, none of us care. And we know Giannis doesn't care about anything of that. He's always talking. He
Neither
now, if
is
you tell him
Jokic.
there's money involved, he'll care. But that always felt like one of those pieces. Like, all right, so these all great players, top players in the NBA, are all from and what? Shy's on that team too, or is it Team North America, or because he's Canadian?
Yeah, I think what you would probably have to do is America and throw Shy into the American. He at least because he played college basketball in America, and do Europe, kind of like a Ryder Cup sort of format. Make it interesting like that, maybe. But like you said, if Jokic, who we know doesn't care about anything, Luka, who just wants to go play Fortnite and drink beer. And
not anymore, man. That guy's gonna be good now. He's gonna not be good. He's gonna be good as a part. Really start working out a lot more. Be in the gym every week.
We hope so, but if even one of those guys is like nah, or one of the American guys is like it's a lot more likely, honestly, that the American guys are just going to play that way. Outside of Anthony Edwards. LeBron's not going to go into a game carrying. Steph's not going to go into a game carrying. KD's not going to go into the game carrying.
No,
so,
but hey, man, if you want to change it, I think
do something to completely change.
Yeah,
the way
you got to get in the ears of the young guys right now and tell them, you guys can change it because they're going to be gone in 2, 3, 4. They're all gone, and it's your game then. So go change it. And one of the ways you can take over this league and have Adam Silver kissing your butt and having everybody want to be part of it is carrying the All-Star game. And you'll watch how much quicker they will push you to be the face of the NBA, because they're already trying to do it. But if they go, no, these guys still care, these guys are competitive, that's the easiest sell in the world to get the audience that is kind of tuned out of the NBA. Let's see, we only got about 10 minutes left in our weekend here on Open Gym. It's been a great first week, but we do want to get a little Texas baseball talk in before we get out, because that is coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. Roy, I've got tonight right today. I need you to keep me in check. Sometimes I'll misspeak I got too many tabs open on my computer over here. They're playing Louisville tonight, Ole Miss tomorrow, and then Oklahoma State on Sunday. Then they will be playing again back in Austin, opener on Tuesday against Houston. But you do get your first 3 teams coming up today. First team, Louisville, coming up today. Jim Schlossnagle has named his starters for the first 2 games. He has said he was waiting to pick his 3rd starter. So we'll see Jared Spencer. He's a transfer from Indiana State. He was 6-0 last season. He's a lefty. He was picked actually in the 14th round of the MLB draft, decided to come back, go to Texas. So we will see what he does this year. He played some out of the bullpen and some as a starter last season, but looked really good as a starter. That's your day 1 starter for Texas right now. Luke Harrison is going to be starting for Texas tomorrow. Came out of the bullpen for Texas last year. Only started 1 game, but the big piece that is different this year, a lot of returners. I think they're returning 7 of its best offensive players, 52% of its innings in the bullpen or in pitching. So a lot of players returning. The big news is, though, you get Jim Schlossnagle, and everyone who was worried about David Pierce and what the development was of these players, and the fact that he seemed to not have anybody he could get along with, and so he was having to do so much that it probably takes away a little bit of development. We talked about it with Blake Gideon and Terry Joseph, the impact of having multiple guys that could be really hands-on with this secondary, help the development of the secondary. It felt like there wasn't enough of that. He couldn't keep a pitching coach. Now you bring in Max Wiener, who, solid name, by the way, but Max Wiener, that's a great Valentine's Day name. That is a great Valentine's Day name, Max Wiener. But Max Wiener, who is a very sought-after pitching coach, he is going to try and get that pitching where it needs to be this season. Nolan Kane, again, that assistant of Schlossnagle that came with him, people are looking at him. You get Tulo back. Troy Tulowitzki comes back after his kind of fallout with everything, where he didn't want to say it was David Pierce, but it seems now that he's back that it was probably a little bit of David Pierce in there. Everything happens. They're able to get Schlossnagle. He wants to be here. This is the seeing of, are you able to have some guys come out and play at a higher level? They're picked to finish 8th in the SEC. They're 19th ranked right now. The SEC is a beast in baseball, by the way. They
Always.
are, they're just such a beast. So 8th is bad, but it's also not the worst. This is where's your expectations fit for this Texas baseball team? I always remember asking people about it last year. Where do you want to see him go to make you feel okay with David Pierce? And, there's people that'll say, if you're not in Omaha, you shouldn't be coaching at Texas. And there's others that say there's circumstances, you can't always be there. I think a lot of people want to say it's either host a regional, get to a super regional in Schlossnagel's first year. Where do you sit on where you'd like to see Texas baseball end up this season to go, okay, we're moving in the right direction. I feel good about the Schlossnagel hire. I feel good about where we're going.
I think you got to start with hosting a regional. I mean, that's a pretty good barometer. I think that, listen, even if you finish 8th in the SEC, you're probably still a top 15 team in the country.
Yeah, exactly.
so that's not exactly a bad thing. It's kind of a slanted stat if you don't look at it like with context. But I think you have to host a regional. I think you have to have a good showing. I think you got to win some big series that you're not projected to win. I think that if they play in College Station, correct?
In the regional last year, yeah.
No. I'm talking about this upcoming year.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. I think you play in both, right?
Yes, I probably should have looked at that before we hopped on. But either way, you want Jim Schlossnagel to beat Texas A&M. I think that would be huge towards whatever way this season.
No, you're playing A&M. Yeah, you're playing A&M here.
Okay, so yeah, if you win that series, then that's a huge boost for your program and the perception, because they're coming into the season ranked number 1 and they're supposed to beat everybody. They're the favorite everywhere, all over the country. So if you win that series, that's huge. But the thing is, when you make that big kind of a move and you pull the coup and you go get Jim Schlossnagel, I don't think you can come out and not make it to a super regional, host regional, make it to a super regional, potentially make it to Omaha, because that's just what everybody wants so badly after these years with David Pierce, where it just seemed like it never really came together. And there was always one problem there, one problem here. Last year was relief pitching, as Joe K points out. So you really just want to see them be Texas baseball again. And that's whether those expectations are too high or not, that's just the reality of the situation.
No, and I will say this. I'm not going to base too much on our record coming out of this weekend, because we historically have been awful in Arlington. If we're 3-0, I will. If we're 1-2, I will not. 1-2, I'll say, fine, let's get into playing a dish falk, and then I'll start it. I'll clean slate it after this weekend. We're 3-0 though. Well, we'll dance all day, but I'm not going to get too worried about any losses this weekend. Before we get out of here, real quick, I want to hit this story because it'll be old news by Monday, I'm sure. Have you heard any of the trash talk between Noah Lyles, the Olympic sprinter and runner, and Tyreek Hill? Have you seen any of this happening?
Not particularly, but I know that Tyreek Hill thinks he's the fastest man on earth. So
it started. Noah Lyles was the one who came out and said and had issue with every NBA champion and NFL champion saying they're world champions. Saying you're not world champions. You only play U.S. players. We are real world champions. You guys are not. So he had issues with that. Took a shot at everybody. Tyreek Hill basically came back and said, we all could do what you do. We just chose to do something else. So we're still the best athletes in the world. You just chose to be a sprinter, and we chose to be football players. And so it's been going back and forth. Then they started to challenge each other to races, and where they go, apparently somewhere along the lines, I'm guessing they had a conversation that had a little bit more respect in it, and there was trash talk. And People Magazine has now come out and said that they are setting it up coming up spring or summer. There will be a race between Tyreek Hill and Noah Lyles. Tyreek Hill's only 30, so he's not over it so far. If he can be healthy for it, we know that Miami's not thrilled about how much they're paying him. So he could be moving to a different team anyway. But this is a Tyreek Hill. Are you interested at all in a race of one of the fastest men in the world versus Tyreek Hill, and see if he can maybe shut up Tyreek Hill, or if football players everywhere get a little bit of clout?
I feel like Tyreek Hill is probably going to get shut up in this one.
Should we put Xavier Worthy in this race?
Yes, absolutely. Depends how long it is, I guess. Whatever the.
I think they're looking at 60 yards right now.
Oh yeah, give me X all day.
We'll put X on. Longhorns put X on this one.
Yeah, but I just find it very hard to believe that you're going to beat a world-class
I don't think you are
Olympic sprinter. It's just not going to happen. And he's up there always trying to do something like this. It's boxing matches or whatever.
He knows. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to find that after NFL provocateur career. But we found our career here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. We got our run out of time. So we want to say happy Valentine's Day to everybody who joined us today and this week. It's been a very fun first 4 days here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. We hope you're enjoying the show. We love to hear from you all the time. So appreciate everybody, and Joe and Roy jumping on with us a bunch in the chat today. Chan, I know, jumping on with us as well. We appreciate it. Matt, thank you so much for this first week. It's been a blast working with you.
Absolutely. Yeah, this has been great. I look forward to a lot more shows. I won't be in Monday, but I'll catch up with you after that.
We're working on something special for Monday as well here on Open Gym. You never know who may show up here on Open Gym. So it's going to be a fun time going forward. Remember, Texas Sports Unfiltered, keeping you going. Texas, the best coverage of Texas sports and beyond here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We will be back. I'll be back on Monday, and we'll keep it rolling. Hook 'em horns, everybody. And remember to be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here on Texas Sports Unfiltered with Open Gym, 4 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.